Hello, welcome to the stream. Welcome. I'm feeling emotionally exhausted after that Chiron and Mars conjunction that we just had, where we were getting triggered and there was healing going on. I just posted a video about it, and basically everyone is like, I've spent the previous day crying, and I'm right there with you. If you have spent a lot of time sitting in your emotions over the previous day, first of all, valid to sit in your emotions whenever you need to. And definitely with that Chiron and Mars conjunction that we just had, there was a lot of like unexpected, I feel like, emotions that could have come to the surface. I know for me too, I'm in an nodal opposition right now, so that kind of like heightened that experience. And then we had another and our moon right now, I didn't even see that until just now. Our moon right now is conjunct with Neptune. So, some heightened emotional, spiritual happenings with the moon. That's great, actually. We'll probably have the moon change into Aries while I'm on live stream. Maybe. We'll see. It'll be later, but that's sweet. All right, cool. The other conjunction that we just had that was a little bit like uncomfortable, because the Mars and the Chiron one was definitely uncomfortable. Getting triggered is not ever fun. Especially too, we've had a bunch of Chiron activity over the previous couple of months, because Chiron was active in when was it? It was like right before the eclipses, and then during the eclipses we had a North Node and Chiron conjunction, which forced us into, it really did force us. Sometimes the transits are like suggestions and you can really tap into the energy if you want to, but because we have our North Node in Aries right now, we were really forced into it. The North Node, like the nodal, that they really are, they're poles, so we are like focused on those points. And so when we had that North Node and Chiron conjunction, it was like 2 weeks long. It was like 2.5 weeks long. It was a lot of triggering events happening, a lot of opportunity to heal. We were also having to work with new types of healing energy. So wherever your Aries is in your chart, you were having to like focus on new ways to heal that kind of energy. Aries also has to do with our youth and the children. And so a lot of different pre this time in our lives healing has been going on. Hello to you too. A lot of pre this time in our lives healing has been going on. A lot of like youthful healing and like the healing of the, yes, welcome. I know I haven't been going live as much recently. There's been a lot of personal transitions that have been happening in my life, but I'm finally kind of in a place where, even though I'm like emotionally removing things and healing, I'm feeling pretty great when it comes to being able to show up for people again. And I haven't felt that way in like several years, basically since right after I started doing this kind of work. And so I feel like I've come out of this like big, massive black cloud, and not that that's a bad thing. Sometimes you have to go through the transformative death, darkness energy, and it's necessary and it's needed. And I definitely needed it at the time with where I was in my life. And I'm really grateful that I'm through that period and we're done. It's over and we're here now. So yes, yeah, definitely the energetic shift for sure. There's been there's like this, we have some like really wild, it's like conjunction after conjunction after conjunction after conjunction right now, which is not, we normally don't have that going on. So we're in the conjunctions are happening in the part of the chart. We have like, things are moving swiftly through, how do I say this? There's some planets that move very swiftly compared to other ones. Like Pluto is a 20-year transit, it takes a while. Neptune takes a while also. We have some other placements that take a pretty long time to move through. But then we have like the sun, that's like every single month that changes. Mercury changes pretty much on a monthly basis. So does Venus. And so we have those like swift moving placements that are moving over a bunch of placements that move really slow right now. And we also have a lot of like dark shadow things that are really highlighted currently, which is also not as, that we don't normally have that going on either. So, yes. Also, if you, is it Jocelyn? Yes, if you're interested in readings, and I suppose for everyone else too, my list is open tonight. I have not started yet, so if you would like to get on the list, they're open on my website. There's more information. There's tarot card readings, channeled readings, astrology readings. There's a bunch of different options. So yeah, if you're interested in that, I will be here. That's what we're here to do. But before we get into the readings, I'm here to sit and talk with you. So yes. Also, my body's been really sore too. I feel like for me on a personal level, it's been because I'm removing a bunch of emotional like baggage, really. Like my body is letting go of a bunch of emotional, like it's been storing emotional memory. It's not necessarily trauma, but like the emotional memory, and so now it's letting go of that. And so my body's been really sore too. I haven't really even been doing anything. My body has just been like adjusting to where I am and adjusting to not holding on to that anymore. Yeah. And I also just got today too. I'm really excited to start reading this. The Body Keeps the Score. I'm really excited to start reading that. It's been suggested to me like years and years and years ago. There was a training program that I was in, and basically everyone else was reading it, but it wasn't a required reading. And so I was like, it sounds interesting, but I don't know that I'm ready to read that right now. And then it's been coming up for me recently, so I was like, I need to get that. I need to read it. So here I am. We're gonna read it. I'll probably post videos about it, about what I'm learning and all that good stuff. So yeah. Also, I forgot to change my notification settings, so let me do that while we're sitting here together. Yes, beautiful. All right. Keep having flashbacks of stuff that I've been trying to ignore. That's probably the Chiron stuff that's been happening. That's probably the Chiron. Oh, thank you. I painted that. Thanks. Thank you. Love it. I love it too. But yeah, it's probably the Chiron stuff that's been happening. It's like the way that the shadow placements are right now, we're not able to easily ignore them. We're not able, and it's not even, how do I say? It's not even necessarily about like not able to easily ignore them. They're just aspecting some other really important transits that are going on. And so therefore, because they're aspecting really important transits that are going on, it becomes really difficult to not sit with the shadow energy. Yes. Yeah. Scorpio marriage. No, if you are interested in like personal, how do I say? Like a personal offering, thank you for the gifts also, for like a personal reading, there's options up on my website if you feel interested in receiving one. Yeah, the past couple of weeks have been heavy. I feel like since like through the winter, thanks for the lights, that's so pretty. There's some of the gifts that are like they have I don't know where the button is, but some of them are really adorable, so thank you for that. There's one that sometimes people send through is the Tiny Diny. I didn't know, like they just have random names. Anyways, returning to that other topic of conversation. I feel like since the winter, basically like since the previous nodal exchange, like the eclipse season that we had in October, I feel like since then we've been like starting to, it's like waves coming out of this like really deep dark place, because that's when we stopped with the Scorpio energy. Scorpio energy was no longer related to our eclipses anymore. We did still have Taurus related to our eclipses. That's true. We did still have Taurus in our eclipses in October of 2023. It's crazy that it's 2024, but you know what? It is. We're here. So since then, because that Scorpio went away, we've started this kind of transition up into a different position in the water, in the like emotional energy. But it takes like the Scorpio energy is literally the bottom of the ocean, and it's very pressurized down there. It's very, very, I can't even imagine how pressurized it is. So we're having to like slowly come up from that. If you do it all at the same time, you probably wouldn't be able to handle it. And so we've been on this like up and down wave ride from the deep dark depths of what we've been going through into a place that's a lot lighter and is brighter and like feels more at home and stuff like that. So, you know, I do still have openings for tonight. I just started. So yeah, my list is open. So if you would love to get on there, I'd love to read for you. Yeah, and they're open. I've been getting sober too. Who said that? I saw that comment go through. I just got sober too. Yeah, I've been in the process of also getting sober. Yes, it was literally, oh my goodness, it's been a journey. And I when I was younger and I was starting off, let's talk about sobriety for a moment, actually. For everyone who's wondering about readings, so booking of readings, hello, hello, hello. If you go to the website that's linked in my bio, it's astrologyandmagic.com. There's a place on there that says services. It should be in the menu, or it should be also, if you just scroll down on the homepage, there should be tarot and astrology reading options. So I do both tarot and astrology readings. I also do channeled readings, so I don't use any tarot cards. The channeled reading is under the astrology portion, and then there's different like types of those readings, so it really depends on like what you're looking for, and there's deeper explanations on the website. But if you go over there and read it and something is still not clear, definitely return and like ask if you need to. So yeah, and also hello to you too. Yeah, the sobriety thing has been a kicker. It's been a kicker because when I was younger and I was first getting into spirituality, I just posted a YouTube video about this, about spiritual initiations and like the beginning of being in my initiation and how spirit was preparing me through sobriety. I feel like a lot of us are being prepared through sobriety for something very new. And like, there's a lot of different Pisces energy that we're going into in the next year. There's some really important spiritual like conjunctions and alignments that are happening towards the end of this year and the beginning of next year, and like into March, April, May of next year too. So we're going to be really spiritually like heightened and activated. So however you're feeling to prepare right now, like just keep doing what you need to do, because it's going to be here if you're prepared or not. So not to be scared about it, just be prepared. Just be prepared about it. Yeah. And at the beginning of my like spiritual journey, I definitely had to get sober, like sober. And not that I was doing anything that was like really bad for me. It was just a form of escapism. And then when I had gotten like super, the pre-pavement, yeah, the prep for sure. Like preparation is a big part of the work, especially for me. I'm someone who's I'm very big on like preparation. That's part of the reason that I look at the transits the way that I do and like talk about astrology how I do, because there does need to be preparation, like knowing what is coming up. For me is really important. So that's why I share that with everybody here, you know, it's what it is. But yeah, at the beginning of that journey, getting really sober, and then my spiritual gifts started to be like super heightened and super open. And like I was sitting in meditation all the time too. Like it was meditation. And then after sitting in meditation for a long time, then I started to get even more sober. And then I was thinking about that earlier today, because there was 30 days. There was like a point in my life where I did 30 days of only, like plants, like fruits and vegetables, only plants, only oil. I had salt and pepper to like season them if I wanted it. But then water, to drink water. And then I had kombucha. That was my only form of like sugar, like extra additive sugar. I did that for 30 days. And this was just to help like my gut health and like keep my gut happy, you know. And not that it wouldn't have been, it was eating literally only plants, but it is what it is. So yeah, I love kombucha too, you know. And the sobriety, it is, because 2020 was also a time for me where that was I started to get sober too, and then my entire world fell apart. I had to sit with that yesterday. That was part of my crying with the Mars and the Chiron conjunction. It needed to be. But yeah, so my gifts opened up, and then that's when I had like my important callings that were given to me. And then callings, preparation, it was like what I was being prepared for. I received what I had been prepared for. And I was thinking about that earlier today, but recently, and I just had deja vu. All right, spirit, bring it through. And love, truth, elevation, and free in the highest order that there is, can, has been, and ever will be. I see. Okay, so but I've been getting more sober. And yeah, yesterday, literally, yeah, I literally went through like the previous 9 years worth of and even some of the stuff that came up yesterday was before that too. I feel like I got dropped at the bottom of this really big well, but there's still water in the well, and I just had to sit at the bottom of it and like cry until the well was full, and then I was able to go back up to the top of it. It was really intense. Yesterday was a really intense day. It was a really, really intense day. You know, but we're here now. I'm still recovering from it, honestly. I'm still recovering from it. But I'm also in a space now where I'm being a little bit more disciplined with myself and not allowing myself to just like Like, yes, you rest. Also, someone just sent through for an order. Yes, rest and like take care of yourself. But I'm also like, I'm coming from a season where I was over resting. I was not to say that I wasn't doing my best, because I was doing my best. But at the time, I was really stressed, and I didn't like, rest was almost a form of escape for me. So I'm learning how to have the balance of like resting and also discipline. And while I'm getting sober, my body is detoxing. And I was sober for the previous, like, since the eclipse, and then 30 days for that. And I was like, I can start drinking coffee again. Yeah, I'll start drinking. Wrong decision. I should not have done that, because then I've had to like reset again. And so now I'm being even more disciplined with that. And my body is still, it's been a lot. There's been a lot of removal. But it's been needed, and I'm very grateful for it, because it's literally everything I've been asking for. Everything I've been asking to leave my door and leave my life and like leave my heart, make more room for me. And literally the other day too, we just had, allow me a moment to check in with this, for a Valkyrie reading. Yes, where is the name on this one? For Chelsea. Hello, Chelsea. Chelsea, will you send me just booked a reading. Is that you, Chelsea? Will you send me a message in the chat to let me know where you are at? And yeah, so I've just been acclimating. I feel like like when you climb a mountain, there's less oxygen at the top of the mountain, and like you have to acclimate on the way up, and your ears pop and stuff like that. Like that's what I feel like I'm doing right now. I'm acclimating. Like I have to walk up this mountain. Also, someone else just sent through. I see you. Yeah, I am acclimating. Yeah, so good. So good. You know what? I just got some ashwagandha root. So thank you for that. Actually, for Daniela, are you comfortable if I take a screenshot of that? How do I say the comment on that? Are you all right if I screenshot that? You know, it's better without it. It is, you know. I see. Yes, I see. Thank you. It's so good. Go ahead. Thank you. All right, beautiful. So let me screenshot this so that I have it in my because I just got ashwagandha root, and it's not ground up root. It's like root like chunks. So I need to do some research and figure out exactly, and just sit with it too. That's one thing I've been doing, because I've been focusing on, I feel like I know there's readings that came in, and for some reason I feel like it's important to bring this through before we sit in the readings. So I'm also not in the energy of like rushing. So thank you for the patience. I've been because a lot of the magic that I've learned over the previous like 7 to 9 years has been very body oriented and very mind oriented. Like it's very much centered around me, and also the order I keep in my practice with my spirits, and like the ancestral spirits, the god spirits, other spirits, like the spirits, and like how I keep that order. But recently I've been needing to sit and learn more about like herbs and plants were not necessarily a part of that like initiatory process for me over the previous 7 to 9 years. So recently I've been sitting with different plants and like learning about them, and so I've been bringing them in and like sitting with them and learning from them and learning about them. Like I have the plants that I really like have ingrained in my practice, but I'm learning more about other beings and other plant spirits to bring into the physical. Like that part of my practice is now grounding and finding a way to move through our physical world, which is really exciting. But I think it's exciting. But yes. All right. So let's move into reading. So we have Chelsea, and then Mary is after that. So just so we have order and clarity for everybody. And then let's see. Let me read this note. When do you get a break? All right, let me read these placements. The emojis showed up like that big on my screen. So Virgo sun, Virgo moon, and a Cancer ascendant. All right, beautiful. All right, so the way that I do my readings, also just so that you are aware, is at the beginning I call through space for the energy. So Chelsea, at this time, in the here and in the now, I ask that you bring through the energy that has been being removed from you, like the clarity that has come through from that process, the work that you are asking yourself to do, your feelings about your brew, your feelings about what it is that you do, your feelings about you, your feelings about what you've been through, where you are, where you're going, your feelings about you reap what you're sowing, so your feelings about what it is that you're growing, and looking for where you're going. Where in the heart does that sit in that space? And if there's any images, words, clarities in the mind that you would like to bring through also in the here and the now, they will be received. And may this information and this clarity come through in the highest order of love, truth, elevation, and free. So it is. Shall it be? Let us see. It's like a toughness. There's you're still fighting through. I need to take this jacket off. There's war. I don't want to use that word because I don't want but what is multiple battles? What is multiple battles put together? What do we call that? Multiple battles, or like multiple different organizations fighting for something. You're still in that. You're fighting. You're tired. There's tiredness and uninspiredness because your enemy wants you to feel that way. There's tiredness and uninspiredness because your enemy wants you to feel that way. All right, this is it. This is the one. This is the one. There's tiredness and uninspiredness. Because of course, if you're gifted and you're lifted and you're doing things that are important for you, that's true. Oh my goodness. It's like things, literally those fell out of my hands. I don't know that I've ever had these cards fall out of my hands before. Ooh. There's a lot of people fighting through right now. That's been something that has been coming to the surface. So I was going to leave it there, but let us shuffle these again with care. There's been a lot of people fighting through. Don't let your enemy get to you. Don't let your enemy get to you. If you can identify what's making you tired, because you're talking about getting a break. When do I get a break? There's not a break for now. There's rest. You need to rest when you need to rest. And don't feel stressed about it if you need to rest. But if you're feeling overly tired and uninspired, that's because the enemy knows that you're gifted. That's because the enemy knows that you're strong. And you have work to do that's important. Of course, they wouldn't want you to do it. So be strong. You're not wrong. It's not wrong to be strong. A lot of the times in our world, we're taught to be small and we're taught to be, thank you, Spirit, for bringing this through. We're taught to be small and we're taught to be little and we're taught to fit in and we're taught to have a place in the world. But look at our world. Look at our world. Where would you, as someone who is so gifted, where would your place be? Of course it's going to be around people who are your enemy because Spirit needs you to come through and correct them. Spirit has shown you your gifts and how powerful they are. Spirit has shown you how much love you have in your heart. Spirit has shown you how wonderful life can be. And now there's all these people, and all is a very big call. There's these situations, circumstances that are around you that have you feeling drained and have you feeling tired. It's because there needs to be correction. They need to be brought to a close and to an end. They being the spirits and the beings who are draining your energy. Bring it to a close and to an end, because you know what? That type of enemy is not your friend. That type of enemy is Whew, thank you, Spirit. There are times where I'm going to give a personal example and from my personal experience because I feel like that's important. There are times in my life where I have been surrounded by that type of energy where I'm just tired. I don't want to get up. I don't want to do anything. I feel uninspired. I don't even want to work on my art in those moments where I was. I didn't even want to work on my art. I didn't want to open my heart. I didn't want to love people anymore. And that's when you know that you're really in some sort of battle, is when you don't feel like that love, like that lovey-dovey, like that magic coming through you from yourself. So that's like indication, like that's like a trigger, like noticing when that's happening around you, or if it, So there's a lot going on around you. Thank you for sharing that and feeling comfortable enough to share that. And may you receive everything that you need in love, truth, elevation, and free. In the highest order that there is, can, has been, and ever will be. For your healing, for your recovery, and for bringing an end to your fights. So you're able to continue to do what you need to do without the enemy so diligently and harmfully coming through to come after you. Let's talk about bringing this to a close. Don't have patience. It's like simultaneously, like you don't have patience and don't have patience. It's like don't have patience with people who have not earned the patience. Have patience with yourself though. It's like currently there's like energy where it's not that you're not giving yourself the space and the time and that energy to work through what you need to, but there's still this kind of like push to do more, do faster, it's like resistance. It's not like resistance. There's not even blockage, maybe. There's not even really a word that's coming through. So with this, like if there's people around you who have not earned patience from you, don't give it to them. Especially if you draw power from patience. I'm exhausted though. Outside circumstances attacking. So let's look through these one by one then. All right. So patience. Also, if there's things in your life that are like creating impatience, remove them. If you notice something's like noticing even on the smallest level that something's agitating you, could be that you're opening a jar of pickles. Or like some type of jar and it's not opening and you're getting agitated and frustrated, let it go. Remove it. Work through it. Those small types of agitations and those small, like give yourself the space to sit with it. And if you are finding that there's it's not people. Anytime there's agitation, it's like, yes, agitation, don't be so preserved in your energy. Like if there's agitation, you're feeling agitated, there's this kind of like reflex. It's a reflex to not only like suppress or dismiss, but also like comfort. It's like a comfort of like, no, it's okay. Like you like, it's all right. But that is, I mean, yeah, that's a trauma. For me, at least, that's a trauma response. But it's also like, so there have maybe been circumstances. Let me take this off. There have maybe been some circumstances in your life where you have had to kind of like dismiss agitation, or maybe it wasn't the right environment that you were in. You weren't allowed to show that agitation. You weren't allowed to be agitated. But agitation shows you where there is resistance. And so if you're kind of tapping into, thank you, Spirit, that's true. If you're noticing where that agitation is greeting you, like saying hello, agitation just shows up and there's agitation around, allow yourself to ground and then remove like through your processing, because you process things. I can't see how you process things, but you have a way that you process things. So also that's good, because that means that you're shielded. There's some type of shield in the spirit. If I can't even see the way that you process, spirit keeps me blind sometimes in the readings too. That's true. But that means that there's shields around you. So that's beautiful. So good for you. Work through process the agitation, and it might bring you back to a certain memory. It might bring up like something from previous. It might also be like you're not in the energy that you need to be, or maybe you need to give yourself affirmations. It's going to lead you in a different direction. Like if you're able to sit with those forms of agitation, moving through, there's been a lot of people who have hurt you. And as you have stated earlier, there's been a lot of people who have hurt you. There's not anybody coming to pull the swords out of your back. Like, you're done being under attack for the most part, unless there's still something you're going through where you feel like you're being attacked. But what I see is you're like the major like wave and push of like that type of energy is through. And so now now you're there, and there's still the weapons and the tools that were used against you and wielded from where your opposer was. There's not anybody coming to help you pull those swords and those tools out. They were cruel. They were cruel. They were cruel. And you're allowed to be unknowingly a fool. We don't know that we're a fool when we're a fool. Sometimes people hurt us and we don't expect it because we're not familiar with those circumstances. So if there's not anybody coming to pull these swords out of you, and if you're able to pull them out, victory is through and true, and it's overdue. It's overdue. What is required for you to have this victory is to pull the tools out. Now let's talk about the process of doing that, because the thing that came up earlier is that I can't really see your process, but there is a process that I want to share about pulling those out. Also, someone just sent through, I see you. The process of like pulling those out, the way that I process that is to return and learn about what they were doing and why they were doing it, and what was the tool, and what did they gain from it, what position did it place you in, what was really the pain, and why were they looking to receive that sort of pain from you, and what power did it offer to them. Because if you're able to go back and study what power did it offer to them, you're also able to study and realize what power was then they forced you into a position, they forced you into a placement where then you were making unjust, possibly undue, because that's a big word, so let me leave that be. It feels like necessarily undue, though. Like these were not due. This process was not due. There wasn't anything that was due for you. Maybe in like a karmic sense, there wasn't anything due for you. And so these people came through and they placed you in this position, or circumstances also. Like you're placed in circumstances or placed in positions where now all of a sudden there's these forces that are like under attack, and there wasn't really any way for you in those moments to send it back or protect yourself. And so there was just kind of this like, it's not a mirage. There was a lot, there were many you're going through a cycle much larger, like it's not just larger. They're surrounding this cycle of healing and having this victory and calling this through. Let's return to the cards. There's a bigger energy around it though. It's overdue. It's overdue. You pull those out, you go and study them. That's what I was speaking on. Ooh. I ward it to be that energy is not going to distract me in love, truth, elevation, and free. In the highest order that there is, can, has been, and ever will be. Stay off me. Thank you. So when there is this process of like, you've been placed in this position, thank you, Spirit. You've been placed in this position, and there's this pain or this strain that comes through. That's an offering from you. That's literally your power. You're placed in a position where then there's pain and strain, and that offers somebody else or another circumstance gain. That means that you are forced into a position where now your power is being offered to another being. So if you're able to go back and study how that sword or dagger or tool, weapon, however it is, got put into you in the first place, then you're able to retrieve your power from them, relieve yourself of the pain and the hurt simultaneously. Sometimes simultaneously takes time. Maybe it's not like exactly instantaneous. Sometimes it takes time. But that's also like the intellectual healing. There's the emotional healing and there's the intellectual healing. And to go and return, because it's also the sword. So to return and intellectually heal, there's going to be, yes, for sure, feelings that come through. And that work right now needs to be in the mental. If you're tired, then for sure it's work. For sure it's work. And when you're through with it, there's going to be relief. If you're looking for it, because you said when you get a break, you're exhausted, you're tired, there's relief. There's relief. There's relief. But imagine if you leave the sword there, it's just going to continue to fester and hurt. And it's there that when it's out, it's over. When they're out, because there's not just one, there's multiple. So looking back on what you've won, the victory that you have allowed yourself from possibly removing yourself from those situations or removing yourself from those people, removing yourself from those circumstances and pulling those out. Thank you, Spirit. There's victory in that and there's relief. And then after that, you're able to dance again. I see you like you have the swords and you're like, this is actually pretty easy. This is actually pretty easy. There's a lot loftier. It's a lot lighter. It's a lot brighter also for timing. 3 to 4 months is what I hear. If you're looking for timing, if you're looking for like time placements, and give yourself the rest that you need in the meantime. Stay in your responsibilities and in your obligations and do what you need to do for yourself and give yourself the rest. If you need time to rest and to sleep and you need to not talk to your friends and you do what you need to do. You know what's best for you. If your body's calling you to sleep in, if your body's calling you to take a nap, how you need to move right now is very valid. How you need to move right now is very valid. So move in your energy how you need to move in your energy. It's very, very valid. Once that's through, there's a decision, and kind of in the process of that also, there's a decision that's going to come to the forefront. There's like something that you don't even realize that you're sitting with it. There's something that you're sitting with and it's like you need to make a decision, but you don't even realize that you need to make a decision. You don't even realize that there is like a provision, like a really big decision. And in the process of going through and kind of like looking at that study process that I mentioned, going through and doing that and having that intellectual healing for yourself, there's going to become this very big awareness, like through the process of each one, the awareness is going to become even bigger of like this decision that you need to make, something that you need to do for yourself, a promise that you need to break, a decision that you need to make, a promise that you need to break. This is also very much about your emotional intelligence when it comes to this decision. Like there's the mental healing and that's going to reveal there needs to be a decision made or there is something displayed about a decision made. So like a decision that you've previously made and having the awareness on that will lead you into another decision-making process. Nourish your emotions. That's really like the overarching picture. That's what's centered here is to nourish your emotions and like return to the nourishment of your emotions. Also, there's a fish in that cup. That, for me, with the fish, that's an answer for a wish. You got a wish, nourish your emotions, nourish the emotions for yourself, and there will be the answer for a wish. The wish of a fish is sometimes very indirect and may require you to further inspect. So it might come indirectly, but there is a wish and nourishing your emotions. Also, if the wish is to rest and to get a break, nourish your emotions. There will be what you're asking for as a wish. There's also still something that you're blind to. Blindness for you is a kindness. Thank you, Spirit. And you know what? That's true. Blindness sometimes is a kindness. It is a break. Yes. So the nourishing of the emotions, that is the promise of, if you have that promise for yourself that you're going to nourish your emotions, then there is rest and a break. That wish is fulfilled. Nourishing the emotions. Like, yes, there's the intellectual healing going on that's going to help your head feel lighter, that's going to help you feel lighter as a person, and it's really important work to do because it goes kind of hand in hand with the emotions and the healing of the body. And also nourishing the emotions your center point, your focal point. Like if you needed to bring an affirmation in for yourself of like, what is it that my heart needs right now? Or like that question of like, if you're feeling uncentered, like what is it that your heart needs? That's something that may be very beneficial for you. That's true. There is still something that you're blind to. There's also a cycle that you're going through that's closing very soon. Like once this is through, there's a cycle closing for you. The blindness right now is a kindness. We're not meant to know everything. If we knew everything, then it might shock us a little bit and we may not be able to focus on what we need to focus on right now. Sometimes spirit blinds us so that we're not able to mess up where we are. Sometimes spirit blinds us. There's so many different reasons that we would be blinded. The phone is hung up and it's terrifying. And you know what? It's, yes, scary. It's scary to not have that. You still have the support, but to not have the communication. A preparation. Every time, that's true. Again, on like a personal level. Because I'm not you, so like discern for yourself how this story or like what my personal experiences could relate to you. Every single time that I have been blinded and it has been a kindness, it's because spirit needs me to figure out for myself what I want, where I'm going, and how I'm going to work through what I'm working through. Spirit, because it's an interactive relationship, and I'm so grateful for that, because how boring and angry, how bored would I be and how angry would I be if spirit just said, do this all the time? I'd be so bored. I mean, eventually I'd be bored, because then it's like, I don't want to do that eventually, like, let me go do something else. And so that's why it's an interactive relationship. So probably there's been a lot of like discipline and discernment that you've had in previous years when it comes to that relationship in the spirit, and now spirit's kind of like given it back to you and been like, all right, well, it's your time, it's your turn. Like, we've made some decisions up here, but now we need to learn what you want. The spirits that are around you and surrounding you and that are helping to ground you and helping to support you and keep you clear, like, they need to know what you want. They need to hear from you, and they need to hear it not necessarily, yes, in your voice if you want to talk to them, yes, in your words, but more so in your action, like more so in your doing, in your processes of how are you going to handle the situation that you're in, because how you're handling the situation that you're in is not only going to give you the tools, it's not only going to afford you tools, it's also going to afford you the connection in those relationships in the spirit that you have, so that those spirits and spirit is able to come through and see very clearly for themselves, who are you and how do we need to approach you, and how do we need to interact with you, how do we need to interact with this person, and how do we need to kind of like set up where they're going. I've been graceful, and the whys, the period of the why, surrendered, but it keeps hitting bigger and bigger. What I hear is hit back. If it's hitting, hit back. That's one of the hardest lessons I think I've ever been through. That's one of the hardest lessons. If that's really what you're going through, that's one of the hardest lessons I've ever been through. That's one of the hardest lessons I've ever been through. Because as someone who loves, and I'm going to speak for myself, as someone, and that's part of too, the get angry now, that's part of the very first card that came out. It's Temperance Reverse, which is where it's like, don't be so patient. Like people who haven't earned your patience. It could be somebody who cuts you off in traffic. If you get mad then. Maybe don't be a reckless driver unless you feel like you need to. I'm not going to do what you need to do. Not for me to make that decision. But, get mad. Or maybe somebody walks in front of you in a line to get coffee where normally you just be like, oh, it's not a big deal. Like, they didn't say anything, The passiveness. Yeah. And for me, like, and again, I want to lean back on like a personal perspective. Like, there's so much, for so many years, I was so loving, I was so giving, I would overgive, and like be in this placement where I was able to show up for other people and offer for other people and offer. And eventually that got taken advantage of by numerous different people. And then I became very reclusive because I was like, well, okay, well, clearly like the, you know, like the toxicity of the love and light kind of narrative that we sometimes talk about on spirituality TikTok, especially for a double Scorpio. I'm soft and kind. I'm a double Scorpio too. Oh, I have 3 placements in Scorpio, but yes, I'm also a Scorpio. I understand that. And so for me, I have not always been a fighter. Like I have been in my spirit, but it's always been suppressed because of the family that I was born into and like the circumstances in society that I was growing up in and like the way that I was raised and different things like that. Like I had that kind of suppression on my warrior spirit and on that fight energy. And so going through and learning that like to fight is a birthright. To fight is a birthright. It's a birthright. And for me, that was the hardest lesson to learn because I don't want to hurt other people. I don't want to. I studied meditation and like sitting and like the reflections of people and how we treat other people is how we treat ourselves. But if there's another person who's hitting, even if it's in the spirit, even if it's with the words, even today, I had to work with some energy like that. It wasn't even about me. It was in a community public space. It was what it needed to be. It was what it needed to be, you know? And, Scorpio, and you have your Saturn in Scorpio. Wow, you have your Saturn in Scorpio. Saturn and Pluto are 2 of my favorite planets. Yeah. And it's in the heart too, because the 5th is the heart. Yes. So you're learning right now how you're a fighter, because everyone's a different kind of fighter. A reminder that fighting is not pretty. It's not meant to be pretty. It's probably gonna hurt a little bit. It hurts. It hurts to get socked in the face. It hurts. But you know what? One of the things I've learned from that kind of pain, because I used to study in martial arts for a little bit, one of the things I learned from that kind of pain is that if you're able to if you learn how to lean into that adrenaline, that's really what it is. If you learn how to lean into that adrenaline, I wouldn't want to be on the other side of me in that situation personally, after having gone through a similar situation. So you're learning how to hit back and hit bigger. Thank you. Spirit, that's true. Hit bigger. Because if you have an enemy that's coming through and really swinging on you, and you're like, poop. Our family are seers, not warriors, but maybe. For me, the way that there's been a lot coming through recently about people being trained in the art of like battle and the art of, again, look at our world. I said that earlier, but look at the world. We don't live in a time where the seers can go off into the woods and just disappear and people go to find them when they need them. We don't live in that era anymore. We don't live in the time where we can walk around and avoid the trauma that's happening. We don't live in a time where we can walk around and avoid the battles that are happening, because they're not just happening. There's so many people who are seers these days, and these battles are not just happening in our physical world, they're happening in the spirit. We process the spirits as humans. We usher them through. They usher us through too. It's a process both ways. And so if you're learning how to fight now, it's because that's what has been processed for you, whoever's in front of you. And also there will be other processions behind you of people and the spirits who are there to I don't have a word for that, but it's like they're going to usher through, they're going to support you. It's like be at your back, basically. They're going to be at your back. They're going to make sure that your back is not under attack. Focus on what's in front of you. Let's return to the cards. So there's also going to be financial assistance that's coming through, like a breath of fresh air. It's going to come so unexpectedly. Everything else, focus on everything else that we've been through so far. Focus on that If you're able to get everything done that you need to, it's like become so focused, be uncomfortable. I know that it's hard. I understand that being uncomfortable is so very difficult. It's so very difficult. If you're able to lean into what you need to do, correct yourself if you need to. Sometimes that's part of being in that, like learning how to fight energy, because if you are not in the correct form, it's hard to keep it up. So correct yourself if you need to. Grow how you need to. And the words that have come before this, like process that and sit with that. And as you're doing that, there, like as you're bringing order to that, that's going on in your life, that area of your life, that space of your life, that space of your spiritual practice, there's going to be this kind of like random it's going to be the right place at the right time. It's going to be the right person or people, the right circumstance, the right situation. It feels like maybe something more temporary or something to like help alleviation. There's like an alleviation, whether that's temporary or not. There's an alleviation that I see that's coming through. And then there's going to be a momentary like there's alleviation, and then there's this momentary kind of like you've done what you've needed to do, it's through, but then there's going to be kind of like some remnants of it that I see. There's like some remnants that need to, basically like, if you drop a plate on the floor and the destruction is over, you still have to pick the plate up. So that's like the remnants that I see. It's not anything that's probably like I said, fighting is messy. And afterwards you have to clean up a little bit. So that, and like, maybe like tend to wounds that have happened. So there's going to be time for that, but also that's the work that comes after this alleviation. But everything that's come prior to, like, really focus on that and keep working for that alleviation to come through and happen for you. There's also a commitment. There's this decision that you're making. Okay. So I was talking about the alleviation of the mental. That's really what you're doing. You're creating mental alleviation by pulling those swords out of your back and like going through and healing mentally. Like I mentioned earlier, that process of kind of like sitting, then having that and like looking back and studying what has happened, where it's happened, and like learning about the tools of enemies could be currently happening also. And having that study practice, you're creating mental alleviation. There's going to be some form of decision that starts to come to the forefront, and then you're going to be able to make a commitment. It's like that decision and then this alleviation, and there's commitment. They kind of they're happening simultaneously, but in different parts of your life or different, it's like different promises, there's multiple different things happening. There's like in different areas of your life, but they're all interconnected. Like maybe there's an interest that you have. I'm not really sure what that means, to be honest, but I can't see very clearly into that area. It's like, is warded is really what it is. I can't see it, but it's not a bad thing. There's multiple different, that's because it's part of your decision. So you can't see it if you're still meant to make a decision. That's true. So you're still meant to make a decision coming through. And then there's this big cycle that ends for you. And there's not really I can't see anything after that. There's like, the focus is on ending the cycle for you. So there's a reading. That's really big. Do you have any questions? Or clarifying questions? I'm very warded. Yeah, you definitely have a lot of wards and a lot of shields going on in your practice. So good for you. So good for you. Yeah, do you have any clarifying questions? Because I also don't want to overwhelm you with information. It feels like what you're going through is intense. Yeah, if you don't have any clarifying questions, we can call it through and call it done. But I always ask at the end most of the time. Sometimes if I don't feel called to, then I won't do it. But you're definitely learning how to fight right now. That is the, if you wanted to say that's the lesson, there it is. There it is. Learning how to, especially too, if you're practicing wards are not just in the spirit of things. Wards are shields. And we don't need shields unless we are fighting. So, yes, my list is still open. So for people who are wondering about that, my list is open. I do have two readings right now after this. Let me double. I'm pretty sure that's true, but I want to update that and make sure that everyone is on the same page and the same stage. Yes. So right now we're sitting with Chelsea, and then there's Mary, and then there's Larry. We have rhymes today. I love that. So that's the list right now. But yes, my list is still open. So am I pulling lessons or fighting something coming at me? Pulling lessons. Your lessons are through. There's application. Your lessons are through. This is like, granted, there's lessons within the application part of it, but there's sometimes where we need to sit and like learn and just learn how to discern and learn our gifts and learn our tools. And right now you're in application. You're in application. It's like if instead of like a midterm or a final, it's like the teacher is like, okay, here's this. Yes, you're very welcome. Here's this creative project. Here's this. You get to decide what you want to do in this one. And there's not really a grade, though. That's what I hear about it. Like, they're not going to grade you on it. They're just going to make sure that you get through the cycle that you're meant to get through. So, yeah. Yeah, warding is a serious practice. That's especially if you said that I want to live peacefully. You know, and I've learned, this is one thing I've learned, because I want to live peacefully too. And I've learned that if I want to live peacefully, I sometimes have to, you know, keep it over there. And I'm going to make sure it's kept over there. If I don't need it over here, keep it over there. I'm going to make sure it's kept over there. Keep it over there. Keep it over there. Keep it over there. That's part of warding also. Yeah, warding is a very serious practice. It's a very, very serious. I'll speak on this while I'm putting the cards up. It's a very serious practice. I speak on it on TikTok sometimes. I don't speak on it a lot because it is more of an advanced practice, and it does require that you're pretty grounded in the spirit, and that you have healthy relationships in the spirit, and that you are a pretty studious practitioner. And most of the times warding practices are very individualized, and it's very specific to one person. But then when it comes to warding, like, you don't need boundaries and borders unless there's something you want to keep out. And so eventually you have to learn how to make sure that what's being kept out stays out. Like, you have to learn how to be the defender of those wards. Not just cut cords, because sometimes you do have to, you know, it's like the cutting ties. You see those types of rituals on the internet sometimes, or like the cord cuttings. Like that's a ward work too, like to get rid of those cords. Sometimes you got to learn how to fight, and especially if you're a warder, especially if you work with warding energy, especially then. So, yes. You're going to get through it. 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 You're going to get through. You just have to do it. You're going to get through it. You just have to do it. And may you receive everything. I said this earlier. I'm going to say it again. May you receive everything that you need in love, truth, elevation, and free. In the highest order that there is, can, has been, and ever will be. Because if you're a warrior going through that, there's a purpose and a reason. And you might not understand the why of it now, but I can guarantee it. I can guarantee it that if you're going to get through this and you're going to bring the end to this, there will be the answer to that question or questions of why is this happening. You'll have clarity. It will come through. But first, do what you need to do and get yourself through. And may everything be received in love, truth, elevation, and free in the highest order that there is, can, has been, and ever will be. And thank you for your support and for supporting me. I give my love, gratitude, and reverence to you. Thank you. Yes. So good. So good. Oh, wow. All right. So up next is Mary. So Mary, will you send me a message again? Because I know you sent one through earlier. So will you send me another message in the chat just to make sure that you're still here? And then I think you have yours is astrology. So I need to pull up my astrology and make sure that we get all the information inputted correctly. Not one word, 2 words. Yep. Oh, beautiful. With the butterfly. Thank you. And I love butterflies too. Ah, music. Oh, this is wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, yeah. Practices. I'm not very good at multitasking when I'm getting these in, so just a heads up. All right. So music. There we go. Let's have a look. You have, wow. Oh, it makes sense that you're questioning this right now. You have a Libra stellium in your third house, which is about communication. And you also have your fortune in that house in Virgo, which is wonderful. Wow. Huh. Is music the correct path? I feel like if you, because you have your Mars in Libra, you have your Jupiter in Libra. So really, if you're looking for, it depends on what you're looking for from your music. So I'm going to read your placements for like what could be possible or probable, possible and probable. Like you're probably going to have, if you decide to go through with that and have this kind of creative expression of music through your words, and this creative expression through music and through words or singing or like playing instruments. Also, someone else just sent through, I see you. Creative expression, make sure that it's balanced and there's expansion. Having there be, because the South Node right now is in Libra, so you're probably being asked within yourself and your practice to get really good at having this type of creative expression. I tattooed for 10 years. My career got destroyed last year. I've been putting music out for 5 years. That's beautiful. So career got destroyed last year. Probably this is I'm going to sit with some perspective for this one. Tattooing is more of there's two different places that you would look in the chart for like artists, and it depends on what kind of art it is. So third house is going to be more of like communicated art, some type of like it's more directly communicated. Physical kinds of art, so like clay, painting, tattooing, that's going to be the sixth house. And your sixth house, that's where Capricorn is. And so Pluto just left Capricorn, and that's probably why that career ended, because you're done with that. You're finished, and it's through, and it's over. There may be some return, because we are retrograding with Pluto right now, so you might return to some fundamentals of that career, or there may be some things to return. Yeah, beautiful. So like returning, Pluto retrogrades are also about undoing contracts. So this is, while Pluto is in this retrograde, and also when it retrogrades back into Capricorn, this is kind of like the final goodbye, or like the really like, not that you're going to cry in the final goodbye is what I hear, but it's just kind of the final, like if there's any like things that you may have forgotten about that need to be like wrapped up or finished, or any final contracts, or any type of like final bindings that need to be undone, or any type of like you need to actually bring in a binding, any finalization. This is the moment this year where that's going to happen, for that to be done. And then it'll move into Aquarius, and it will be more focused on it'll be the shadowed part of your chart. It'll also be more in your relationships. And then you also have your Saturn in Aquarius in the 7th house. So it'll also go over your order and having power with order, which is, it's work to have Pluto and Saturn together, but it's also like really rewarding. The combination of those two is a really, really rewarding combination. So if you're able to sit in the work, especially in your intimate places, I know this is not career based, but I feel like it's important to bring through, that if you're able to sit in that work of bringing order and having that order within your intimate spaces and learning with the Pluto energy while it's in your 7th house, there's going to be a lot of really probably wonderful experiences that you have through intimate mirrors with people, intellectually, emotionally, physically, if that's your thing. It's not for everybody. If it is for you, then beautiful, and probably there will be if you decide there is going to be. So that I feel like is important to bring through, just with the focus of like what that is shifting into. You have your Mercury in your third house, which is actually like that is a great place for that to be. I feel like really it depends on what you do want out of this career, because Jupiter allows you the opportunity of fame. Mercury is going to make sure that your words are really heard. So if you're singing or anything that you're like directly communicating. And you have with this fortune placement something that's pretty interesting, because it's at 29 degrees in Virgo, but it's in your third house, and 29 degrees is the most serious degree. So if you're able to have a really balanced artistry within your music between what's being communicated directly and with tattooing, I was talking about the sixth house, how it's like body information integration, and how we feel about it. It's more like the physicality. So if you're able to have the balance between that directness with the music and also the body information integration, what does it feel like? And you're able to have a really refined artistry between the two of those, and it's really balanced. There's probably going to be a lot of the right time at the right place, like random happen chance experiences. Could be random like gigs if you wanted to play for people. Understanding how to identify that though, because it's the fortune placement, it moves fairly swiftly. It's it moves pretty quick. So it'll show up. And then if you're able to identify it, you're able to take advantage of it if you want to. But if not, then it's going to move on. Right time at the right place. Like you're not going to be at the right time at the right place forever. It happens there and then you move through, and it is. So being at 29 degrees and also having Virgo in your second house, that's where your sun and your Chiron is. Let me double check the Chiron. Yes, the Chiron is like on the border of that house. But working on a Getting Sober album currently. I'm also getting sober, so you know what a beautiful thing. Good for you. Like that description of balance, beautiful. Yes. You also have your Mars in this house, so you need to be able to have a victory and like a strategy for your music. Also, probably your music is going to help to create strategy for you. Like if you're working through something mentally, or you're working through something emotionally, like if you're working through something, if you're able to sit and write a song or like pour into that sort of communication, it's probably actually going to really help you. You also too, if you're going to have victory with your music, need to understand the balance of it. And one of the things with the South Node in Libra that I think is I love it, it's beautiful, is that to be able to receive, we need to remember and then relieve ourselves, like a removal. So if you're wanting to receive something in your music career, if you're wanting to receive something, say that it's more streams, you want to have more people come in and have streams, or maybe you have a TikTok and you want to have more people come in and like promote your music that way, or there's a lot of different ways. But if you're taking what it is that you want to receive and you're kind of sitting with it and understanding what else in your life has been reflected upon that. Like, is there other experiences? It could be career experiences. It could be when you were a kid and you were in the talent show, or there's a lot of different ways that can be reflected on a personal level. But what's coming up for you in those moments of that reflection, if there's anything that you're realizing that you're still tied to and that you're still tethered to in those previous moments and experiences, it could be an emotion that you're still previously tethered to. Say that you're feeling like maybe leaving tattooing was like you were kind of like maybe forced out of it, or it was like a removal that was not super like in alignment, even though the destruction was necessary for you to be where you are. Maybe it wasn't like the best feeling, and so you're able to sit with that. If you're able to sit with that feeling and kind of remember what it felt like to be connected to maybe stability in the career, or what it is that you would like to see within your music career, and see kind of like what are you still holding on to from the previous space that you were in, and remember it and remove it so that what you're looking for within that music space can actually come through. And it's also too, Libra's a lot about, now I see why the Pluto, we're talking about the seventh house, is important for that, because Libra modernly rules the 7th house, which means that this actually is going to be affecting your 7th house happenings. Thank you. It's going to be affecting your 7th house happenings, which means that Pluto being in Aquarius is actually going to be influencing this. Focus on the art of your decision making. Pluto is very, very structured around our will. What is it that we are deciding? How are we realizing the power of what we are deciding? And where is our decision taking us? So this is, even though Libra is very much about the flow of back and forth and kind of having the flow of reflections and being in the receiving and the reception energy, because there is a flow of reflections, Pluto is more focused on let's stand still and make our decision and move forward. So there's going to be a process of you going back and forth with these reflections and also being in the flow of your music. It would be very interesting, actually, as an artistic standpoint, to have, you know, the songs where people like, I was listening to, do you know who Hobo Johnson is? Maybe not, but he does these kind of like stop goes in his song where he'll like make a point and then keep going. Or it's like artistic timing, musical timing, like the musicality of it, the musical timing of it, or like making there be kind of like this opening of, love Hobo Johnson. Hobo Johnson's great. Having there be that musicality, the timing of it is pretty. There's going to be a lot of artistic power for you in that, because having this back and forth and this flow of reflection, especially between you and the listener, or between you and the viewer, you and the receiver of your art, having there be that, and then being able to have this moment of like, stop, I'm making this decision and we're moving in a different direction now. And then being able to continue the flow, stop, I'm making this decision, we're moving in a different direction now. That can also be in the process of like making the music. There's going to be a lot of interesting, if you're able to sit and study that process, there's a lot of interesting information that will come through for you. It's going to be very dependent upon, again, the will is very personal. So what it is that you are deciding and how you are deciding to move through that artistry, and kind of how that reflects. Also, too, one of the things that I would like to point out is that with the, that's true. Thank you. My incense went out. Allow me a moment to bring through another. Beautiful. So having there be that back and forth, and then also kind of realizing how your will reflects upon other people's will. That's going to be a study too. I live alone on a small island. That sounds incredible. I don't know if it's my 5th house north node, but marketing is impossible. All right, so let's talk about that, because having a Jupiter in this house is actually going to be very helpful and very beneficial for that process. Jupiter is about expansion. So if you're looking at marketing, if you're looking at social media, fame, energy, it's also applicable to things like stocks and cryptocurrency if you wanted to get into that. But for you, it's actually placed for your career. So when it comes to, because if you think about, if you're posting videos on an algorithm somewhere, if you're posting videos, you're making content, you're doing what it is that you need to do. And we'll talk about doing the strategy, because Mars is also in this house, the strategy of doing what you need to do. But I want to talk on the big picture of Jupiter first. If you're having that, like you're doing what you need to do and you're posting your content, you're making your videos, you're promoting and marketing and you're doing it, then Jupiter just says, okay, you do it and we're growing it. That's how like that's how algorithms work. If you're doing it, you're making the content, then it's going to push it to more people and more people are going to see it. So having a Jupiter in this house and having it be a part of that artistic flow is actually something it's going to help you grow. It's going to help you grow. If you have, this may be something also when I was talking about like sitting with what it is that you want and kind of confronting what you want. Also, what is it that you want to see from that marketing? Do you want to have a big following? How big of a following do you want to have? And getting kind of specific, because you also have Saturn in the 7th house, so having there be a detail in those reflections is really important. You also have a Saturn retrograde, so it helps you to understand the bigger picture before you're looking at the details. There's so many different ways that that's applicable. The bigger picture could be, you know, is it more focused on your art and less focused on the following? Is it more focused on, again, like the strategizing, and look at the big picture first. Again, there's so many, and I don't want to take away like your artistic creativity either, because I feel like it's important to allow you the space to have original ideas. But yes, having room for that kind of like bigger picture and then going to the details important. But having that South Node right now in Libra, it's giving us the opportunity to kind of clear out anything that, I said this earlier, clear out anything that doesn't really work for what we're working with in that area. So if you're looking at marketing and you're sitting with like, what is it that you want on is it social media? Do you want to pay for ads? If you're defining those things for yourself, you have the definitions, you're learning about the details. And then in learning about the details and having those definitions, you realize, that's true. You realize what it is that you used to do. What is it that's standing in your way? Why are you not there yet? Because if there wasn't a block, or there wasn't something that you were holding on to, or there wasn't something already taking up that space, then you'd probably be there. So what is it that's taking up the room? And if you're able to see what's taking up the room, and you're able to see for yourself, like, what's already here that isn't allowing me to receive that. If I want these followers and I want if I want this to work, whatever this is, I want this to work, then why haven't I received it yet? Why haven't I received it yet? Oh, it's because that person told me this 5 years ago, and when I first started, and it left me not so open-hearted. It's because I actually feel like a little bit insecure, and I'm a little bit scared of people seeing my art. It's because this is different, and I'm so used to this other. So many different narratives that could come up about that, but allowing yourself to really explore what that looks like. So anytime that you are, again, also strategy oriented too, because Mars being here, anytime that you're looking at those victories, then, and like having a victory for yourself, or having there be, how do I say, like strategizing for victory, strategizing to receive what you want. It could be that maybe also with Pluto and Aquarius and kind of the reflection of that, maybe a strategy from previous years isn't working anymore, or there's a strategy, maybe like the way that you brought in clients and the way that you made money from your other like career, it doesn't translate. So what is it that can be done that's new, and like not holding on to what was done, or not holding on to that old anymore. Because if you do hold on to that old, like, yes, it's scary to let go, but the thing about Libra is that it's air, so it's going to move pretty swiftly. You let it go and you're making room for it, it's probably going to be ushered in fairly quickly. Also, you have your rising sign in Leo, and you have your Venus in Leo, which means that if you are the star of the show, you usher in what you want. The more that you sit in being centered in yourself, the more that is ushered in. The more that you sit centered in that spotlight, the more is ushered in. And also because your Venus is here, the more that you receive. So sitting in that space is going to be super important. Sitting in that spotlight for you, anytime that you are sitting in the spotlight, it is going to usher something in. And then an interesting study for you might be too, when you're sitting in that spotlight and there's something being ushered in, what is the reflection? So like, say that you're sitting in the spotlight. I'm going to use TikTok videos as an example because that's something that I'm familiar with. You're sitting in the spotlight, you're making your TikTok videos, and you're starting to usher in your like fan base and your following base, and you're like, that's being ushered in because you're sitting in the spotlight. If you're able to reflect on the details of it because of the placements that you have with Pluto moving through Aquarius and where your Libra is and what we've generally been over up to this point, if you're able to reflect upon kind of like how is it being ushered in, the details of it, or who, like what kind of people are being ushered in, or what are they talking about, or like how are they receiving it and what are they receiving, and like going through and studying that for you, you're gonna start to realize probably like more about your strategy, more about the strategy of like, oh, I'm like, if you're making those videos, you start to realize like it's a very specific kind of person, or like maybe when you do these other certain things in your videos, whoa, if you're let it be. You're doing these other certain things in your videos and you're realizing just the layers of realization, because I'm not exactly sure, and that again, Pluto is about the will, so like what you focus on is also a part of the will. So if you wanted to focus on having a bigger following, like focusing on the videos that have more virality to them would be important. If you're focusing on wanting to have more of like the people who are like your day ones, the people who are really, really there for you and like are big supporters, you want to have more of that, like focusing on that. So it really depends on what you would want to focus on, but anytime you sit in that spotlight, you're going to be sitting in the ability to receive. And then when it comes to your resources, like money aspect of this, the sun is in your second house, which actually, okay, so you want to I don't want to say the word perfect, but that's brilliant. I like that a lot better than perfect. Brilliant. That's a brilliant placement for your chart. You're sitting in the spotlight. That's your rising sign, Leo. You're sitting in the spotlight. It ushers things in. It ushers it in. Also, when people greet you and meet you, they're going to see you as the star. This really is like the way that this is set up is really like meant for people to see you in that spotlight. People are meant to meet you in that spotlight. Meet and greets, if you have, like events that you're doing, would probably be pretty helpful, or that can translate in a lot of different ways. So however you need to sit with that and discern for yourself. But your sun being in the second house, the reason I say that is like a brilliant placement is because the sun rules Leo. So anytime that you're sitting in yourself, you're simultaneously ushering in and sitting in your resources, which means that there's this really big opportunity for you to bring, it's indirect to like the sun in Virgo. Virgo is indirect earth energy. So again, having there be a really big balance between the energetics of your music and the energy that is being translated for people, and also directly like what are people experiencing more in the light and in the communication, and like what are they directly hearing with their ears. And then that other kind of like indirect communication, because that's where you shine. Like you're really meant to sit with that like energetic communication, like that's where you're really centered in. And so people, when you show up in that shining light for yourself, people are really going to see that about you, and that's like the core of it. And then the music and that process on top of it is like where you expand. It's where you have your victories. So that centered sun allows you to not only, that's like the sun being a resource is literally anytime that you shine, you have the ability to make money. Anytime you shine, and your 8th house, the way that this needs to be exchanged is spiritually, which is interesting to have a spiritual process of exchange. So let's talk about that, because 8th house, if you were to inherit or have there be exchanges on the sense of monetization or monetary, then it needs to be in some form. This has been so great. Last question is, what's the North node in the 8th going to be like next year? All right. Well, yeah, we're sitting with the 8th house, so let's talk about that. North node's all about new skills, doing new things. Definitely sit with, so let's talk about some preparatory practices, because preparation is very important if you're asking yourself to sit in something eventually, or you're looking forward to something, if there's a certain kind of work you want to do. So right now we have Saturn moving through Pisces, which is bringing order to our spiritual lives. So sitting with your spirit is going to be really important. Sitting in your spiritual practice is going to be really important. Noticing if there's anything within your spiritual life, within your spiritual practice that you need to bring order to, anything that's been out of order that you need to bring order in. Also, we have Neptune that is going to be, it's at 29 degrees right now. It's a very serious placement. That's what rules over Pisces. So we're at the end of some really big, like 13-year-ish long lessons in our spiritual practices, with Neptune wrapping that up. And it's not going to move into Aries until, I think it's like April or May of 2025. I don't think it's March, because March is when we have our eclipses. I'm pretty sure it's still in Neptune for then, or it's still in Pisces, pardon me, for that. So it's going to be, for preparation, get really serious about your spiritual life. Get so serious. Give yourself the permission to be so serious. Not that you're not already. Be so serious for yourself with your spiritual practices. Saturn in Pisces is also asking people to bring in new practices. So this being in your 8th house, I'm personalize it here. You don't have any placements in your 8th house. Your Neptune and Uranus are conjunct though. So having this Pluto transit is actually, wow, this Pluto transit's actually really big for you, to be honest, because it moving into this Aquarius energy, Uranus is the artist. So you actually need to bring in like artistry if there's going to be big exchanges and big exchanges of money or big exchanges of resources. So that artistry, wow, that's really beautiful. Let me refocus though, because you asked about what's it going to be like next year. Okay, so let's refocus on that because I don't want to get too off topic, because I could rant and talk about anything. That's something I've noticed with Jupiter being in Gemini, is like anything we talk about, we're going to be able to talk about forever. Love that. But also let me refocus. So that 8th house being in Pisces, spiritual inheritances. If you're able to somehow connect spiritual inheritances to, if you were wanting to bring in money from your music, how do people spiritually inherit from your music? Is something maybe to sit with and think about. What do people spiritually inherit from your music? How do they spiritually inherit from your music? And then what do you receive as a spiritual inheritance from having people receive your music? So like if there's people that I don't know how that it is magical. Pisces 8th house is one of my favorite 8th houses to read for people, because naturally, as someone who shares spiritual information, people who have Pisces 8th houses, they naturally, when they sit with readers and like people who are in the spirit, they naturally just kind of like pull spiritual information out of people. So now you know. Yeah. So definitely preparation, focusing on your practice, focusing on that. It's January 17th, or January 28th. I think it's January 28th. Sometime towards the end of January. I don't know the exact date, but sometimes toward the end of January of the next year is when that North Node changes. We're still going to be under the influence of the previous eclipses, so it's going to be very subliminal and Pisces is already pretty indirect, so it'll be very like further inspect. If you start your studies now of what that exchange in the spirit looks like, because then if you could also understand for yourself what bringing money into that looks like and how you would want to do that or change it, because the change is important. North Node is about change. It's also about purpose and calling. So there may actually be a push to like further monetize or further have this big spiritual expansion and exchange with other people through those artistries. You may also feel called to in more of like a private space or because you have your IC in Scorpio. That's the privacy. 8th house is modernly ruled by Scorpio. So in the private places, you may be called to and feeling like there's more purpose of like sharing spiritual information. It could be like, again, events like if you were backstage and you hear like conversations about tarot cards or conversations about what is happening in the spirit or that sort of thing. There could be more of that in your world. It's going to be asking you to build new skills in those types of inheritances. So if you're starting the studies of this now and you're paying attention to kind of how it already works for you and you're realizing how Saturn is influencing that and bringing more order, because Saturn and the North Node are going to have a conjunction in Pisces next year. Pretty serious. That one's going to be, if you're doing what you need to do with that Saturn moving through Pisces for you, you're going to be great. It's going to be awesome. But if you're not, it's probably going to whack you up on the head. So just do what you need to do and you'll be great. It'll be awesome. And you'll blossom out of it too. It'll be like a very serious happening. It'll also probably show you when that North Node Saturn conjunction happens. It will also probably show you what order you need to be able to receive inheritances. So like if you're having questioning like what does that look like? I don't know the exact dates for that, but pay attention to that conjunction, because it's going to let you know what your process of like monetization and like having those types of exchanges for money, finances, resources, and also the spiritual inheritances for the both of you. Your spiritual practice, like, it's not something, because of the privacy that you have with Scorpio, the overarching big picture of how your spiritual practice interacts with that music. Other people don't need to know about it, but you need to know about it, because if you understand that overarching umbrella of your spiritual practice with that music and with the exchange of the music with other people, then you're able to alter things within your personal life, and you're able to alter things within your music and how you're creating your music, because that's a ritual, and how you're in that process, you're able to alter things there, and it will create new like spin-offs it will create new order so far down the road that I don't even have words for it. So if you are focusing on that big picture, I definitely, with these placements and kind of like wanting to, also, yes, I am open for readings. I do have a list, and I'm going to update that. We're near the end of this one, it feels like, with some more wrap-up questions if they're needed. So, yes. Where was I going with that? Focus on your studies. That's what. Focus on your studies and your preparation. And then definitely when next year comes around, it'll be uncomfortable. You'll probably be called to do some new things. And for the next couple of years within that. And also you sit in the uncomfortability and you do your new stuff and you keep your order how you need to. And it's probably going to be pretty good for you. It's like a good like kickoff for a great adventure if you wanted it. So yeah, you're so welcome. Good. The shifts. Oh, thank you. You know, I've been saying that to myself recently too, so I appreciate your words. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Is there any other questions that you have before I call it through and call it done? Because I want to just make sure that you feel, you know, pretty good, pretty grounded before we call it through for you. Yeah. But if not, then we'll call it through. But if not, then we'll call it through. Really what you need. Okay, beautiful. Well, then may you receive, and may everything be received in truth, love, elevation, and free in the highest order that there is, has been, can, and ever will be. And thank you for booking with me. I give my love, gratitude, and reverence to you, and thank you for your support. I'm grateful to have read for you. That's really exciting. And good luck with everything. For real, good luck with everything, because you know what? That's a switching careers. I have Capricorn in the 8th house, so it's like leaving that energy that we kind of like ended the reading on is a lot. It's a lot. So good for you. All right, so let me update what is going on with the list, and that way we are all on the same page and we have what is up. So we just finished for Mary, and then up next is Larry, which the rhymes. I rhyme all the time, and I'm so grateful there is a rhyme and a rhyme. And also we had a Chelsea earlier, and it's another Chelsea for the reading after Larry. So what a beautiful happening. Larry, will you send me a message in the chat to let me know that you are here? Please and thank you. Yeah. For Mrs. Potts, that's Larry, yes? Present. Ah, beautiful. Oh, so Mrs. Potts, then that's Chelsea. Okay, more than likely. I haven't checked the TikTok name on there. If it's in there, I don't know that I require it on that one actually, but beautiful. No, Chelsea. Okay, beautiful. Yeah, okay. Clarity is here. Thank you for that. So this one is for channel. Oh, I love channel readings. Channel readings are some of my favorites. So, I mean, I love every single reading I do, but I love sitting with channel readings. So beautiful. Yes, we will sit in a channel reading. I do need to hydrate before we get into this also. And I feel like transitioning. Yes. Next 12 months will be very transformative. Beautiful. What insight do you have regarding career and purpose? Ooh, so good. So good. I love water. I really do. So before I call in for the space of the reading, also for clarity, for anyone else who's interested in a reading, They're open on the website. So if you're interested in that, just a heads up. And I really have my podcast. I know I've needed the rest. I have been resting and digesting, and oh my goodness, have I needed it. I needed it way more than I thought I did. So I'm back into creating more content. I'm not quite sure yet because I've been kind of reorganizing things. So I don't know quite yet what I'm going to be doing with the podcast, but more on that another time as I reintegrate my practices. Before I get into like specifics of the channeling for Larry, I do want to bring up just some of the transits that I think are going to be important. Like it feels like I need to talk about them or mention them. I was talking about in the previous reading how Saturn moving through Pisces is asking us to bring through new order in our spiritual practices, bring in new practices, and really like keep the order in our spiritual lives. That's really important right now. It's really important right now. And then we have the eclipses that are coming up at the end, closer to the end of the year, but let's get into the reading then. And if there's any more that need to come in, that just felt important to kind of like bring that in. So for Larry, if there are wants and dreams that are on your heart, if there is anything that you're asking yourself to start, if there's anything that you're wondering if it's going to end, if there's any beginnings you are starting here and now, or that you would like to start in the future, if there's any work that you've been doing in your current practice and in your current life that you feel is important to bring through at this time, and if there's any thoughts, questions, mental images, pictures, memories that are coming through, I ask that you sit with them as I sit with you, and may this clarity come through in truth, love, elevation, and free in the highest order that there is, can, has been, and will ever be. And thank you for sitting with me. Let us see. There's a lot of technology. I feel like there's a lot of technology. It's like technology and books. I see you sitting at, and then you're writing stuff down. It's like writing. Research. That's Jupiter and Gemini also. Writing. Like that, just keep doing that. I'm not exactly sure how often you've been doing that or if you've been doing that, but do that. Clickety clack, and then write. It's like there's something that you're writing. It's like they're very studious. This is a very studious time. Studying, very studious. There's no one around you that really is a student other than you. There's maybe like a couple of people, maybe one or two. But for now, this is studious for you. Studious for you, which means you need to spend time with you and be studious where you are and how you are. Studious. And study. And if there's messages coming through, write those down too. If there's messages coming through, you write those down too. Because there's messages that you're receiving that you are like, you receive it and then you're like, oh yeah, wow, that's incredible. And you sit with it and you like remember it, and then you keep going about your day, and then like you don't remember it later. If you have messages that are coming through that are really important to you, take the time to sit and write it down, because you might look back on it in a couple of days, you might look back on it in a couple of weeks, you might look back on it in 3 months, 6 months, you might need to look back on it. So if you have messages that are important, that are coming through for you, write them down. Any ideas that you have while you're doing this research, write those down also. There also may be some times, thank you, Spirit, there may be some times where you need to talk through, but you don't necessarily need to talk to anybody else. Thank you, Spirit, that is true. You don't necessarily need to talk to anybody else. So if you feel like you need to talk through something, here's what I do if I feel like that, because I don't necessarily like to talk about my business with other people, and I like to keep it hush, and I like to keep my weavings where it's just for me. So what I do is I'll make a voice note for myself, or I'll literally make a video of myself. Like I make content videos, sure, but like I'll make personal videos for myself so that I can go back and watch those later on. Sometimes I don't even watch them. Sometimes I just make them so I can have like a screen board that is not another person. That will be a helpful practice if you find that, because you don't need to talk to, there's stuff you're doing that you don't need other people's input on. You don't actually need to talk to them because you need their advice or their counsel. You need to talk to them because you need to talk about it and you need to talk through it. So also, let me pull up your astrology chart. I didn't do that before I got into this because it's a channeled reading, but I feel like this is important. Not every single channeled reading needs the astrology chart, but I need to pull it in right now. So allow me a moment while I get this put in. So much studying because we need to look at where your Gemini placements are. Okay. Gemini. You have your South Node in Gemini in the 11th house? So your social circles are going to be expanded. All right. That's why you need the reminder. That's why you need the reminder to not talk to other people if you don't need to talk to other people, because you don't actually need to talk to them. You don't need their counsel and you don't need their advice. Right now, lean into your advice. Right now, lean into you and your advice. Because where's your Mercury? Where are you, Mercury? Oh, interesting. Your Mercury, wow. Okay. Yeah, because, you definitely don't need to talk about it if you don't need to talk about it. Like, if you find yourself just needing to talk because you need to talk about it, sit with yourself, because you have your Mercury in your 12th house in Cancer, and it's at a very serious degree. And what the 12th house does is, it's a 25th degree, which it's pretty serious. What the 12th house does is that if you are going through a transition, because you're talking about transition and being in a big transition, so thank you for that word, Spirit, coming through. If you're going through a transition and you're changing position and there's a goal that you want to get to, this is what happens with the death and the rebirth process. You have the death and the rebirth. That's Scorpio, that's Pluto. Also Mars is oriented in that too, but it's mostly Pluto, Scorpio energy. Then that middle portion here, what's in between that, that's Pisces and the 12th house. So the in-between things are very unclear. There could be trickster energies around you. If you don't know yet where you want to be on the other side of your transition, or there's still things you're figuring out, there's a lot of like this information that's coming through, you're doing this research, you're understanding for yourself. If you don't need to talk about it, do not talk about it. Because the placements in your 12th house are the placements that could accidentally cause you to have more sacrifice on your hands than you need to have. So if you're sharing words, especially words because it's in Cancer, if you're sharing words that are like emotional, like you're sharing your emotions, like I feel this about this situation, or I feel like this about this one thing, or I feel like this about this information that I've been studying, like I feel, especially that, but also the information that you're sitting with and receiving. If you don't need to talk about it, don't talk about it. You could write about it. You could talk to yourself about it. You could make a voice note about it. You could journal about it. You could talk to yourself and not record it. You could do whatever you need to do. But if you don't need to talk to another person, they're not going to help you. They're not going to help you. They're going to sit and they're going to listen and they're going to try to help you change your position. But you don't need them to help you change your position. You already know where you want to go and what you want to grow. And if you're bringing them in, then they're going to sow their seeds, which means eventually if you don't want them there in the long picture, you got to pull weeds. It's extra work you don't need to do. So keep them out. So keep them out. This is for you. This time is for you. You've done a lot of work to get here. You've done a lot of work to get here. You've done so much work to get here. And not only have you done so much work to get here, but it's been work that only you have gone through. You're the only one who has been doing it, which means you're the only one who really deserves to be where you're going. So look at where you're growing, because if you're sowing seeds from other people, then eventually there's going to be weeds and you got to pull them out. And it just takes extra work. As someone who just pulled a bunch of weeds, it takes extra work. Don't do it if you don't need to. But follow your heart and trust yourself. If you feel like you need to do it, like I don't want to take that away from you either. So if you feel like you need to do it, go and do it. Go and brew it. And also, if you need to keep it zip, keep it zip. Keep it zip. There's also, I see a zipper. It's like a billfold. I see a billfold. And you zip it closed and zip it open. You look in. It's like the ones you take to the bank, like the big ones that like a company would keep in a safe. It's like that. Zip it. You look in, there's like nothing in there. You're like, oh, like you're so upset. You're like, oh, man, I really thought there was going to be more in there. But also the energy that I feel from this is like the whoever is around you in the spirit, like the spirits that are around you who are helping you and supporting you how you need to be in love, true, that's true. They're looking at you like, what? You thought there was going to be what have you done to bring other money in? You thought there was going to be... Are you going to go... So they're like looking at you like, of course there's not going to be, like, it's, how do I say? It's almost like you have an attitude about the fact that you haven't received anything yet, but you are not doing the work that you know you need to do to bring... I feel like that's really like you getting called out. So, sorry about it. Not sorry about it in spirit, but you know what? Getting called out is not fun. So, that's why I say sorry about it. But if you do the work that you need to do, then it's going to be big and fat, and it's going to be hard to zip up. It's going to be easy. It's going to be easy. It's going to be super... You just have to go do it. You just have to go do it and go brew it however you need to. Because eventually, it'll be like thick stacks. Oh, thanks. Oh, thanks. Zip it up. Take it to the bank. Yeah. Thick stack. Zip it up. Take it to the bank. Exactly. But you have to do the work to do that. I also see the research, so let's bring it in together. Because I see like research, don't get, like, yes, there's research. There could also be information that comes through friends, like people saying the right thing at the right place at the right time, not realizing that's the information that you needed. Say that you're trying to solve a problem and you're trying to figure something out. It's like you hit a roadblock with your strategizing, or you hit a roadblock with creativity. Just like with your transformation, you hit a block, and then you are on a walk and somebody calls you to talk, or you're with the rhymes. Oh my goodness. There's some type of conversation that comes through, and like you have social interaction from other people somewhere, somehow, and you realize the answer. They tell you the answer and you didn't even ask for it. It just comes through. That's what's going to be happening while Jupiter is in Gemini for you. So take advantage of it how you need to. And that, I feel like that's a beautiful gift, to be honest. So definitely look for that. And then... And make your pockets fat. Do the work. Make your pockets fat. Do what you need to do, because then there's something bigger that you're working towards that you're not able to see yet. And you're gonna need those fat books of cash. Not just cash. It's not just a stash. It's money, and it's honey. It's the efforts of your work. It's the efforts of your hard work of the years up to this point. And it's also like the efforts of the easy work that you get to do now, because there was hard work that you did then. Allow yourself to receive what you are asking for, because there's something bigger. There's something more that you're like not quite sure about yet. That's what this research is. You're like figuring it out. You're not quite sure what that bigger picture is. You're not quite sure. But there's so much more. It's like you have an idea. There's something that you're kind of sure about. But you're trying to figure it out. Trying to understand it. As you're sitting, that's true. Thank you, Spirit. As you're sitting and as you're understanding it, it becomes clearer and clearer and clearer. It'll probably take a month or two of you like doing the work and being like halfway blind to this out here. Doing the work for a month or two, and bring in what you're asking for, and then thank you, Spirit. And then in that process of that reflection of like, what does the future hold? There's gonna be a moment where you're like, oh, I get it now. Oh, I understand. I understand why I had what I understand. There's gonna be a moment of I understand. You get to the point you're like, yeah, I understand. And then you're going to look back after those 2 months and thank the you that did the work. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. It's uncomfortable to not know, though. Be uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable to be unsure about things. Be uncomfortable. You're becoming more sure the more that you do it. You're becoming more comfortable the more that you do it. So do it. Go and brew it. Do it. Is there anything else that needs to come through? Is there any clarifying questions? I don't want to overwhelm you either. So is there any clarifying questions that you have or any other direction that you're needing from what you're receiving before we are leaving? You are so welcome. You are so welcome. May everything be received in love, truth, elevation, and free in the highest order that there is, can, has been, and ever will be. And thank you for booking with me. Thank you for your support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, so good. So good, so good. So then up next is for Chelsea. Hello, Chelsea. If anyone else is interested in a reading, they are open on my page on my website. Yes, if you go to services, there are readings up and available there. And there's another one that came through for another Mary. We have, wow, I love this, like, because we had a Chelsea, and then there was a Mary, and then there was a Larry with the rhymes, and then there's another Chelsea, and now there's another Mary. This is lots of patterns. I'm not really sure why that's happening, but I really like it. So, wow. I'm very interested in that. Wow. Warning, don't laugh when you get to my chart. Understood. Understood. Oh, goodness. So, this one is for ask a question. All right, so allow me a moment to put in the information. I'm not great at multitasking, so I will do that mostly in silence, but I haven't really like promoted any or like talked about promotion. I don't want to call it promotion, even though that's kind of what it is. Let's change the narrative though. There are other works I have been working on that are offerings if you want to go check it out or receive the offering. I have other offerings. There we are. I have other offerings if you are interested in those. I just posted a video today about the dark moon. I posted a video recently about spiritual initiation. There's like the YouTube. I'm returning to YouTube. Someone brought up the podcast earlier. I'm not quite ready to return to that if I'm going to return to it. Haven't decided yet about that. There's some other things going on that I'm, like working with. But the YouTube, I am refocusing on that. So there's videos that are up again for there. If you care to go check it out, if you want to receive it. Yeah, because I've been happy getting back to it. It's been fun. I feel like I've finally am able to sit in and find and create the joy in that again, and it feels really good. So yes. Aw, thank you. Lucky Cat Coffee. I love that. So good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I love making them, so it's taken me a long time to learn everything that I have, so you know what? If I'm able to offer, I shall. I shall. So, question, let us go and sit and see. General life, career and love are very foggy. Well, let's bring some clarity through. Probably part of the reason that love is a little foggy is because that's where the North Node is transiting right now for you. Also, I'm going to put my jacket back on. You have the North Node. So the North Node is transiting Aries right now, which means it's transiting your 7th house, which means that the layers of the meanings, which means that you are working through new skills in romance and with your intimate reflections. The 7th house is not just about our relationships as like our significant other partners, but it's also about our relationships with the people who we have intellectual and emotional intimacy with. It could be like people that you might not expect either. It's about mirrors. So like how you mirror with other people. How you mirror with other people. What does that mirror look like? So you're being asked to bring new skills to that area of your life, to your mirror area of your life. You also have your Mars in this house, and that means you just had a Mars return recently. Mars returns is like the return of strategy. You're closing a cycle of strategy, victory, and like guarding and protecting your resources, and you're moving into a completely new cycle of that. I don't know exactly the date on that, but I think probably it would have been like a month or two ago. It was right after eclipse season. Around that time is when Mars entered Aries, and your Mars is at 0 degrees in Aries. So you're right at the beginning with that one. It's also very near your descendant. So it may be hard for you. Mars being in Aries is like a really at-home placement because Mars rules Aries. And it's in Aries. Your Mars is ruled by Aries. So having it be there, it's also at 0 degrees, which I think is like very typical Aries, since Aries has to do with innocence, and 0 is the most like immature, innocent degree. And so Aries being the innocent, it's like very innocent. You might end up, these placements are very much like you might end up like speed dating, or maybe not speed, kind of. This is very much like a speed. It's not speed. It's dating in the sense of like you start a relationship and realize it's not for you. You start another relationship and realize it's not for you. But it's like you start it and then you have to realize it. You start it and then you have to realize it. It's very much like you're headstrong in your relationships, and you also are very quick fired, and you just kind of like go with whatever is first. And and also your strategy is in this space. So like how you have strategy going into those relationships. You also too need someone who's able to offer that form of strategy to you. It would probably be helpful to find someone who offers you the space to reflect upon your weaknesses, in the sense of like you have a placement here that's really good for like this right now. That's the strategy, this right now. But if you find that sometimes you need that then victory, that then how do I have that having a partner who is able to offer you a different kind of strategy would be really, really beneficial for these placements. You also need someone who's really comfortable being with their inner child, which means you also need to be really comfortable with your inner child. You also have Chiron moving through this right now, which I'm sure has been super great. That was definitely sarcasm. Chiron is very triggering. So having a Chiron moving through the 7th house it's really about like any wounds that have been in other relationships are probably being highlighted right now through the previous eclipse season. Also, yes, I am doing readings. If you want to get on the list, there is a list up on my website, which is, I think if you click here on my profile picture, it'll take you to the website. It's under services. There's tarot readings, and then there's astrology readings. So there's a couple different kinds. I have this reading just so that everyone knows where we're at in the list. There's this reading, and then there's one after this for Mary, and then after that, the list is open. So, yes. So now you know. Yeah. So this with the Chiron, yes. All right. So with Chiron, yes, you're welcome and welcome. For your first time, welcome. Yeah. That Chiron moving through there could be a lot of like triggering things from other relationships that are coming up. That's coming up to clear it out. Basically, it's been a bar fight with several kicks to the guts over the last year-ish, and it makes sense. I'm really sorry that's happening, and I also can understand why that's happening. If you're looking back, if you wanted to look at the cycle of it and find like origins in it, the North Node entered Aries in July of the previous year, so you can figure out for yourself if you wanted to reflect on that. We didn't have our first Aries eclipse until this recent eclipse season. With the North Node moving through there, it's really it can be really uncomfortable, but you probably also, the North Node is about like purpose and calling. So you probably also feel like there's more purpose and more calling to be in a relationship or to have those intimate reflections. Chiron is there to help you pull out of the shadows what doesn't actually benefit you, and to pull out of the shadows what isn't actually for you in those relationships. So, because to be healed, most of the time we have to be triggered, because you know what? We blind ourselves. We blind ourselves, as silly as it might sound, but it's true. We blind ourselves to the trauma that we've been through. We blind ourselves to the hard things that we've experienced. We blind ourselves to them, because who wants to look at that? I know I'm carrying it around with me. I don't want to look at it all the time. I don't have the energy to deal with it. I'm a human. I have things to do. So we blind ourselves to it. But what Chiron does when it transits a space is that it goes through that darkness, and it's like, hey, over here. Oh, hey, over here. Oh, hey, remember you're unhealed over here too. And we've had a lot of different conjunctions that have been happening with Chiron. Like Chiron has been really, really active while it's been in Aries and during eclipse season. We just had a Chiron North Node conjunction, which was asking us to not only be triggered and heal, but do it in a new way than we have ever done before. And in Aries, which has to do with our youth. It's just been really intense when it comes to this energy. So if you've been feeling really overwhelmed when it comes to your relationships and when it comes to your love life, clarity of your not that you wouldn't have been valid in that if the transits were any other way, but you're validated by the transits if that is any of the help to you. Probably this is going to transition and be different for you when these eclipse seasons are through. So by this, how do I say, we have another eclipse season. Well, so March, I believe there's another Aries eclipse. So it'll probably be, you'll be learning about these lessons until probably mid-2025 is when you'll arrive at like a conclusionary story. This is kind of a storyline. That's true. This is a storyline. So like moving through this storyline and figuring out how to be fine and figuring out, well, don't waste your time. Also with the Mars and Aries, sometimes it can be like Mars and Aries is very much do this now, do this now, do this now, do this now. And sometimes there's not a lot of like big picture oversight with things. So making sure that you are able to like have a big picture oversight and not waste your time is going to be important. Yep. And yeah, so that, because the nodes change in January of 2025, we have an eclipse season in March of 2025, but that eclipse season is, I'm fairly certain it's Pisces. No, let me look it up actually. I don't want to give you false information. Moon cycles for 2025. Let me pull them up quick. Here we go. We need March. It's Virgo and Aries. Yeah, it's Virgo and Aries. So it is still, the Pisces North Node will be active, but we're not having an eclipse in it until mid of 2025. And that's when the Aries story will be done. That's when it will be through, is mid 2025. It'll be mid to later. Let me check and see if I can figure out a date for that also. That first full moon eclipse in Pisces, is September 7th. So you have over a year. September 7th is the day that story of the North Node through, even though the North Node leaves that Aries space in January, you will be still experiencing that in your relationships. Then it goes to play with Pluto. Let me go back to the chart. Yeah, so you'll experience that through that September 7th. And then, because Pluto's moving through the 5th house for you. And you don't have any placements in the, what do you mean by that? You don't have any placements in there? Or with your... let's talk about your Pluto placement, because you're talking about career also. Can I ask more? There's a lot of different placements you can look at with career. So can I ask what the career like questions are, or is there any, how do I say, hey to you too, is there any like direction specifically that you're looking for in career, or anything that you want to share about career that would help to give me direction so that I don't just like overload it with the Jupiter in Gemini. Yes. What's the service to choose for what you're doing right? Meow. No, I like the meow. No apologies. This is the reading. This is, I believe it's one, ask a question. Astrology, ask a question is this reading. I'm fairly certain. Let me double check. Yes, ask a question, astrology. Yeah, that's what this is. So this is, I go through the birth chart and kind of pick the placements that apply to the question that's asked. So no, you're good. No worries. It's no worries. Yeah. Thanks for asking. Yeah. Time for a change towards most abundant emotionally, mentally, and monetarily. Abundance. You're about to have a Jupiter return. Talk about abundance. You're about to have a Jupiter return. You're about to end one story, an 11-year-long story, 12-ish year-long story. You're about to end a story of expansion. Also, Jupiter, I'm not exactly sure how you look at your relationships, but that was one of the things that was brought up. Jupiter traditionally, like in more like early 1900s forms of astrology, maybe even before that, probably too. Before very recently, and still also recently, but there's changes in the narratives with us being more like gender aware and like having verbiage with care, the changes of the narratives. But Jupiter does represent husband energy as more of like a traditional relationship aspect to that, the way that we think about more like the normative relationship. It does represent that. So it kind of makes sense that you're going through, it's also in your house of purpose. And so you're having like this return of purpose and understanding like there's this journey of 12 years of purpose that is coming to an end, and 12 years that now you're walking in a new purpose and you're finding new purpose, and it's a big cycle. So if you wanted to look back 11 or 12 years, that might actually be really helpful for you to understand like what you were doing then and what were you starting and what was the energy that you were in then. It could be beneficial, might be helpful. When it comes to, because you said struggling with the work-life balance. I'm not exactly sure. Is it Alika? Maybe Alika. Yes, there's readings up and available on my, because I'm pretty sure you DM me. There are readings up and available. My list is still open. So there's different readings available on the website, and there's descriptions under the different readings. And if you have questions, please feel free to come back. And yes, also K Dizzle, love you. It's been a while. Love you. It's so good to see you. Big hugs. Big hugs. Oh, I am in the middle of a reading. I don't want to get too distracted. And also it's really good to see you. Thank you for coming in, saying hi. So let's talk about work-life balance. The probably part of the reason that it's feeling like pretty heavy in the work energy, you have a stellium in your second house that's entirely in Scorpio. That is a lot. You have it's your Pluto and your moon and your sun. This is a really intense Scorpio stellium. Probably why. Because with the South Node, we've been talking about the eclipses for this reading, so I feel like it's generally necessary that we return to the previous eclipses. So with the previous South Node in Scorpio, we were asked to get really, really... My Jupiter return is the same year as my 12th house of... Yeah. So, no laughing. Got it. Yeah, with the previous South Node in Scorpio, it was I adore that. You're fantastic. With the previous South Node in Scorpio, it was we were focused on getting really good at willing things and also standing in our power, which means that more than likely there's other people coming against us so that we can learn how to stand in our power. It was a very destructive time for a lot of people, especially for people who had Scorpio stellium. So if you found in your resources and in your work that there was a lot of like death, transformation, power stuff happening, and it was really difficult in that area to validate that with that transit, the South Node in Scorpio. That changed over because I was talking about kind of like the transitions for the coming year, and when to expect that. Our transition for the South Node in Scorpio, the nodes changed in, again, I think I said this earlier, July of 2023, and then our eclipse for that Libra, which was where Scorpio left, was October 14th of our previous year. So yeah, that Scorpio, that take your time to adjust. You don't have any placements in Taurus. You don't have any placements in Taurus, and you're really being asked to sit in like your privacy. You need to sit with privacy and like the private part of your life. That's where you need to spend the most time, is like privacy and private. That's how you expand. And since you're having a Jupiter return, your Saturn being ruled by Sagittarius, that's going to be affected by this. You also have that conjunct Uranus. So you're talking about Pluto. Spend time by yourself. Spend time by yourself and talk to yourself, communicate with yourself, think about the order of things, think about how spend time to sit and study your life. Spend time to sit with yourself and think. Just spend time with yourself, and there's going to be so many answers that come through. Spend time thinking about everything that you've been through. I'm very the ... with a Scorpio. If you have time, if you have the time, take the time to sit and study what you've been through, how you've been through it. What did you learn from it? Can you return and learn more from it? Like now is a time for studies, especially with a Jupiter and Gemini. You're already naturally like inclined to expand information and like work with information. So sitting and studying is going to be really beneficial for you. It's also going to help you to slow down and really reground, especially if you're having like difficulty balancing. So that's really the focus, honestly, for this, especially with all of the intense Scorpio placements. That, I mean, Scorpio is intense, but you have like this like packed conjunction of them going on. I mean, it's pretty much a conjunction. You have a sun that's 5 degrees away from your Pluto. That's a pretty big orb, but that's still an orb. It's still there. And then you have your moon in the middle of that with a Mercury in there too. So it's having such strong Scorpio energy, and I think that's your only stellium. Technically, Sagittarius, you have a stellium there too with the IC, if you counted the IC, which I do. So you have a Sagittarius stellium also, and a Virgo one. That's true. And a Virgo one. Probably part of the reason that it could be a little bit more difficult for you to slow down is because you have your Virgo, and like sit with yourself and sit with your body. It's because you have your Virgo. Ooh, goodness. If you want some extra homework, I just posted a video about the dark moon. You could go watch it if you want to. I'm going to keep talking about it in your chart too. Your dark moon is in your 12th house. The 12th house is also about transition, and this is where we are possibly going through unnecessary sacrifice. You do have your south node here, so that can be helpful to like not helpful. What is the words? It makes it easier for you to understand when you are sacrificing and if you are sacrificing, and how to not sacrifice more than you need to. Like you have a pretty good understanding of those skills. You also have your rising sign here at 29 degrees in Virgo. So your rising sign being connected to that house of sacrifice means that if you're able to tune into how you usher things in, there needs to be a sacrifice or like an exchange kind of for that to happen. And then you have your north node in Pisces. So you're preparing to go through a nodal return. That is part of the reason that your life has felt so... What happens right before nodal returns is that there's these big shakeups and breakups. Because it's an 18.5 year cycle. Lunar nodes. It's 18.5 years. It's a long time. So big shakeups and breakups. Really focus for yourself, especially because we have Saturn moving through Pisces. Spend time by yourself, studying your life. Of course, do what you need to do. You don't need to give up anything if you don't feel like you need to, but if you know that you need to do something, do it for yourself and spend time with yourself, spend time studying yourself. Spend time also if you need to make art and like lean into maybe like art therapy. That's going to help balance too. Doing like untraditional types of therapy work are going to help you through this process. There's so many different ways that could come up, and I don't want to take away your like genius ideas either, so I don't want to give too many like prompted examples for that, but having there be like unexpected or different non-traditional types of therapy, even technically like readings, or if you wanted to go to energy healers, like that's a non-traditional form of therapy for some people, so there's that too. Definitely that is really where you need to focus. That's really where you need to focus. That's really where you need to focus for everything that's coming in the next year, 2 years, 3 years for you. That's where you need to focus, because you have a lunar node return that is happening, and we also have Saturn in Pisces, and I've mentioned it earlier. Saturn and that North node are gonna be conjunct as you're going into your lunar node return, and the reason that you're having these big like breakups in like just this kind of like energy that's happening is because you're about to go through a lunar node return. It's really big endings. So right now you're wrapping up anything that doesn't work for you. You like focus on the endings, focus on going through the end. You are at a very large end. It's an 18.5-year end. So focus on going through the end. Many endings, not just one. Many endings. Also, it might be beneficial to return to 18.5 years ago and relearn, like go and learn for yourself, like where were you 18.5 years ago? What was the big monumental ending that was happening right then and there? Because probably it's going to be reflected somehow through what it is you're going through now. The lunar nodes rule the eclipses, and it's like the moon energy, interactive with the moon energy, and the moon cycles are very like, we sometimes have to look back on our weavings with the moon to understand where we're at now with our moon practices. It's like a back and forth, and the lunar nodes are like the big back and forth. 18.5 years. You could also look at 9 years ago to see kind of like in the middle of it, where did you decide to go? Because the lunar node opposition, that's what that is 9 years ago for this. That's where we make the big transition, like what direction are we going in? Also, someone sent through for an order. I see you. That's where we make the big transition of like, what direction are we really going to go in for the next 9 years? Like, we've had 9 years since the lunar node return. What's the next 9 years going to be? That's the big, thank you, Spirit, for that message coming through. That's the big like transition moment. So return, like if you needed places to start studying that. Also with that Saturn moving through Pisces and the North node conjunction, you have your Saturn with that Jupiter return. That Jupiter return is really going to help you learn if you're able, because Jupiter is about the expansion of information. Meditation is probably going to be a helpful practice to pick up. Any way that you're able to help yourself clear. Also with the head too, the North node moving through Aries, it's new skills of our mind because of Aries. And so if you're able to reflect your mind, because the 7th house isn't just about intimate reflections, it's also the Phoenix process. If you're going to call it that, then there you are, because, yep. You also have a really, like, serious happening in your chart. Like, your aspects, the way that the conversations between the planets are happening is pretty serious. So it feels like right now is just, like, be serious about where you are in your life. And even though even though there's the inclination or the want to like go have more fun, the more serious you are, the more fun the fun is gonna be. That's true. Yeah, that's true. So sit and study. Is there any questions that you have? Any advice how to handle the Pluto-Jupiter trine? Pluto-Jupiter. I'll talk about how to balance it, and if you're able to balance it, you're going to be at the right place at the right time more often, and you're going to be able to usher in more into your life, because your rising is the other like part of that trine. It's the other part of that triangle. So focusing on, that's true. One of the things that I've been noticing with Jupiter in Gemini is that any information that we focus on, we are able to expand. You want to watch the news? It's going to expand some things for you. You want to go read a book? It's going to expand some things. You want to sit in a conversation with somebody? Probably going to have expansions. You want to sit and study yourself? Probably going to have some expansions. Also, someone else just sent through for an order. I see you. It is anything you focus on. And Pluto's about the will. So making those decisions, having there be, thank you, Spirit, having there be those... studying the will and how the decision-making process is expanded through the information that you're receiving. Because trines are really trines are pretty easy energy. That trine energy, it's pretty easy energy. It's like the balance. It's pretty easy. It's pretty easy energy, easy flow, easy grow, easy go energy. Squares are more serious. You have some pretty, that's why I was talking about, you have some pretty other serious things that are happening. You also have some trines in your chart. So, you naturally kind of have a trine energy going on. This is a little bit different of a trine because it's not you have a water-based trine. This is going to be an air-based trine, focusing on that Jupiter and Pluto that's happening for you. So just focus on, noticing, that's true. Focus on noticing what that... decision-making process is. How are you deciding what to learn about, and how is that decision affecting you? Also, is anyone telling you what to go and study? And are you giving your power to them? Even me in this reading. Even me right now. Are you giving your power to them and studying that? Because Pluto's also about our, how do I say, not just contractual bindings. It's about how we give our power to other people if we are doing that. And it's really in the darkness. So you have to sit and study it. Pluto also is to study the art of Pluto is to study the art of your decisions. So studying your order, helpful. If you want it, you don't need to give your power to me, but I will give you some helpful tips if you want to sit with them. Sitting with your order, studying your order, studying the order of what is expanding, how is it expanding, and the order of which it is expanding in. So say, for example, that you're bringing in a news article and you notice that you start reading it, and the first thing that you expand for yourself is something that's related to a project that you've been working on. Okay, so there's this idea that comes through expansion. Beautiful. You keep reading, and then you realize, you want to tell your friend about that. So that's the second thing. So now there's an order. The first one was about a project. The second one was about an order, or about a sharing. So noticing that order, getting really specific in the details, and also having there be this beautiful, be really serious about your studies. You have Pluto that's going to be trining Jupiter, and your Jupiter your Saturn is ruled by Sagittarius, which is Jupiter. It's ruled by Jupiter. So those pretty serious. Sit with the seriousness. Don't run from it. It's uncomfortable. It's supposed to be. Sit with the seriousness of it. Sit with the seriousness of the study. Sit with the seriousness of the practice. If you're able to sit with the seriousness for yourself, there's probably going to be a really beautiful transformation for you. And the next probably 18 years are going to be very beautiful, because you're going to be able to have understood what is ending and how to befriend that end and how to clear it out. It's you're preparing to go through the process of a really big ending and a really big beginning. And when someone is preparing for an ending, there are clearings and there are removals, and your clearings and removals need to be done in private by yourself, in your studying yourself, in your practice, and studying your decisions. And sometimes when we look in that mirror, it's not super fun, especially for 18 and a half years. That's a big reflection. That's a lot of time. So yes, you are so welcome, and good luck to you, because you know what, that is really serious work. There's some serious transits going on, and how it's transiting your chart is really serious also. So good luck, and also may you receive everything that you need to in love, truth, elevation, and free, in the highest order that there is, can, has been, and ever will be. And may this information be received in love, truth, elevation, and free, in the highest order that there is, can, has been, and ever will be. And thank you so much for booking with me. I give my love, gratitude, and reverence to you. It's true, I do. So good. All right, so let me update our list, because there's been a couple that have come through, and I just want to make sure that we are on the same page with everyone. Also, it's 11:11. It's 11:11. Yes, so that one was for Chelsea. And then we have up next is for Mary. And then there is Lisa. And then there is. Oh, and another one just came through. All right, hold on. So let me update it again. Let me update it one more time. All right, so Mary, Lisa, is it Alicia or is it Alika? And I'm sorry that I do not know. It's Alyssa. It's neither of them. Thank you so much. I apologize. And thank you so much for the information. All right. So we have Mary, Lisa, Alyssa, and Judith. Judith is the one that just came through. So that's what I have right now. I am going to, yes, the LOL. I'm going to pause the live stream. I need to have a snack for a moment and ground myself after sitting and channeling. I think I've done like 4, I don't know how many readings I've done, but I need to ground for a moment before I return. So try saying that order 5 times fast. No, thank you. We've had like a really great order of names come through tonight, but that one is definitely, no, we're good. I'm good. So I'm going to go be a human. I'm going to have restroom break. Also, I'm going to have snack. So I'll be right back. I'll return. The pause button only works for, I think, 5 minutes. So I'll return probably before the 5 minutes is up, and then we'll continue with the readings. And thank you for your patience while I go and have my human minutes and my human moments. So yeah. I have returned. I have not finished my snack yet, though. I am going to turn off my my readings. I'm gonna turn them off. I'm gonna close the list. So I'm gonna allow me a moment to do that too. This really is the welcome back. Thank you. This is the kind of like halfway point of the night, so I do need probably a couple more minutes just to reset. I'm gonna get these turned off. I'm gonna light some more incense. Love that. Finish my snack. My snack. It's not really a snack. It's food, you know? It's food. All right, so that's done. And then all right, so the next one that we have up is an ask a question for astrology. So allow me a moment too to get this information put in for the chart. And this one is for Mary. Let me double check that. Yes, for Mary. Mary, will you actually send me a message in the chat if you have not already done so, and just let me know that you are here. Let me know that you are here. Yes, I'm here. Okay, beautiful. Yeah, I figured that that was you. So thank you for the welcome back. And thank you for being here. So good. Ooh. There's some wind. Normally the air here is fairly still, so thank you, wind. Thank you, wind. I definitely thought that the place that you were born in was not in the USA, so thank you for typing USA. All right, so let me go read your note. Let's see what's here. It gets confusing. No worries. There's no worries. I think probably the most confusing thing, it's not really confusing because I've learned to look for it, but one of the more confusing things for me is I'm from the USA, but there's people who get readings with me who are not from the USA, and so they'll put the dates where it's like they flip the month and the day, because we do the month and then the day, but there's places that do the day and then the month. So when I'm inputting information, that's one thing that I have to double check sometimes with people, especially if they're single digits. I had to do that like a couple days ago on my live stream because, yeah, I don't want to get that wrong. So yeah. Okay, so you said career. Let me sit and look at this before I open my mouth. You're about to have a very interesting transit with Pluto and Aquarius. That's what we're going to focus on. You have your MC, which is your public career, in Aquarius. Being the artist, being different, being seen differently than other people. That's what people see you for, being different. No matter really the field that you're in or the like system that you're in, because there is being in that Aquarian energy, you still have Saturn. Let me know if you want more clarification. If you feel like you need to provide some in, like, if there's like information that I'm going off on a tangent on that like isn't valid, please feel free to redirect me in a space that is going to fit for you more. I'm definitely going to sit with, you've got some interesting placements going on, because Uranus is one of the rulers of Aquarius, Saturn is the other ruler of Aquarius, and Pluto is moving through Aquarius. So let's talk about that, because you have your Uranus is conjunct with Jupiter, is a conjunction in Jupiter in Sagittarius, and that's what Jupiter, like, they're at home together, Jupiter and Sagittarius. You also have your Saturn in Scorpio, and the fact that Scorpio being ruled by Pluto, and Pluto is moving through. That's why I say it's going to be interesting, because you have some overlaps. Not just overlaps. It's like they are coming together in that area of your chart. So it makes sense that there's like questions about it, or you're wondering about it, because you're starting something very new. Pluto and Aquarius, you're starting something very new in the career. Pluto. Let's talk about Pluto for a moment. The power of Pluto and the power of the will, because that's what Pluto is, the power of the will. I basically want to know if I'm going in the right direction, and if not, where to go. Beautiful. So I'll probably focus on, there's more like skill-based and practice-based information I normally share. So I'll share with care, and sit with it how it fits, and if it doesn't fit, let me know, and we can let it go and grow into something else. So yeah. Pluto, when it comes to Pluto, it requires that you go through a death and a transformation process. So you say, I want that experience. I want that thing. That is it. Maybe you don't even want it, but it's what you're doing. The will. Like I'm not actively telling my hand to lift, but I'm willing it to do so. So sometimes there's not words that are associated with it. Sometimes it's very much just like the done and the did. And so with Pluto, having that aim, and your Pluto is in Libra. So actually having the South Node in Libra right now is helping you to get familiar with your Pluto energy. And when it comes to studying your will, it's not just studying the will, it's studying the process of your decision making. Studying the process of your decision making, and how you make decisions, and where you make decisions, and why you make decisions. And is there any information with your decisions that can become more refined? And have you given your power to anyone? And if you have, how have you done so? Is there anyone who took power from you? And if so, how? And then you're able to, those are the studies of Pluto. It's very armory based. It's very armory based and very protective, very armory based, very protective, you don't want to be neglective. You don't want to neglect the Pluto lessons, because Pluto really does protect. Pluto is, when I say armory based, it's like because Pluto is one of the planets that other people could come towards you if they wanted to with Pluto energy, because it's very much in the shadows. It's about contracts and contractually binding together. Like you have this thing, they have this thing, and now there's an exchange happening, and that requires that there is a contract. And so that's part of the studies of Pluto also. Right now, the South Node in Libra is allowing you to get really familiar with that process of understanding those studies of Pluto. And probably with what you have going on in your chart, what needs to happen is that there is a moment of large reflection, especially as Pluto retrogrades into Capricorn and you're returning to more of like this purpose-oriented space with your power, being in your purpose, feeling very purpose-oriented, and then kind of like wrapping things up, because this is the final time that Pluto will be in Capricorn for our lifetimes. So we have this big finalization coming through. For now, especially being in the Pluto retrograde, look to where your career, where do you need to undo? Where does there need to be contracts that are undone? And maybe it's not literal physical, like written contracts. It could be contracts that are, it's not just contracts, it's agreements. agreements. It could be you and a coworker who have decided to be like coworker best friends, but you're not really friends outside of the office. It could be relationships that are like that. This transit is going to, because the only placement that you have in Aquarius other than your other than your MC is your dark moon. So are you familiar with dark moon studies at all? Or like, is that work that you've gotten into before I just go off on a rant and a tangent about it? Kinda. Beautiful. So really kind of get your footing and your foundation with any insecurities that might be popping up. Like, this is the time where Pluto being, oh goodness, please allow me to speak in love, truth, elevation, and free in the highest order that there is, can, has been, and ever will be. Thank you. Thank you. Pluto moving through this place in your chart is going to ask that you are focused on being the rebel in a system and being the artist in a system and being the one who stands out because of it and not letting anyone take that power from you, and making sure that there are no insecurities in it. And really, this is going to empower you to be seen, and not just be seen, but be seen and be clean. With dark moon and Pluto, there could be a lot of dirty, messy, that's hidden. But if you keep up on your studies of Pluto, your decisions, your transformations, your power, also the dark moon, and having that dark moon energy come through, the mother wound, the manipulation, the betrayal. And it's also how the dark moon placement shows us how we are manipulative. I don't think that manipulation is necessarily a bad thing. We talk about it in trauma spaces as like a negative because of people who are manipulators who have caused harm. But manipulation is also a part of the process of creation. So it's true. Yeah, that's true. And since this is part of the artistry for you, and that's really Aquarius with Uranus, like having there be an artistry for you that you are better at than other people, that you are more refined in than other people. You being different is what sets you apart, and it's also what allows you opportunity. During this transit, there are going to be probably people who come through who try to take that artistry power from you, who try to influence your art and your creative process indirectly. So it's really, really beneficial for you to get familiar with the indirect forms of manipulation, where someone's not coming in to say, hey, I think you should paint this thing next, but they're coming in to make sure that they're giving you paint supplies, or thank you, Spirit, or thank you, Spirit. Or they're coming through to ask questions about your creative process and possibly give suggestions, or they're coming through to, there's a lot of different ways that can show up, but the indirectness of that creativity, if you're seeing people who are coming through indirectly to influence that creativity, boundaries. I've been getting downloads lately of me understanding where to give my energy and to who. Yes, definitely there is a study there for you, because Pluto, when I was talking about the bindings of Pluto and like the agreements of like, I have this thing, you have this thing, and let's exchange. Those are not always so direct and verbal. You also have your Pluto in your 6th house, which means you literally have contractual bindings like that in indirect communication. And so this could be that someone looks at you a very specific way, and that creates the binding. It can be so simple. It could be as simple as that. You also have a Pluto that's in a fairly serious degree. It's at the 28th degree. So it's not at the final degree, but it's pretty close to being done being in Libra. So it's a very mature Pluto. So definitely, if you're able to do this for yourself, create space in your practice to study for your career. And I mean your practice in your life, and then also like practice in your career for your career, and how they go together too. Having there be a practice of a study of your decisions around your artistry, and if there is like being able to return to the origin of that decision of what you're doing with your artistry. Were you really the one to make that decision? And not only were you really the one to make that decision, if there is those contractual bindings, who started the interaction? Where did it come from? Of like what the exchange was, who started the exchange? That's going to be important to note. That especially because Pluto's in the darkness. Pluto is like the far reaches of our studies, and it over encompasses the other placements too. It is the warder of the planets. It's the border of the rest of our solar system. So with that border, it goes back through the other placements and planets. And so you can relate the decision-making process to any other, space that you would want to create in. If you're looking specifically at the career, definitely have time to sit with how do intimate reflections come into the workplace? Because your 7th house is where your Uranus is, and that's where it's conjunct with Jupiter. How do intimate reflections come into the workplace? That could be intimate reflections intellectually and like how you are reflecting with their minds. It could be that someone is sitting, especially because you have Pluto in the 6th house too. Could be that someone is sitting, and it's in Libra. So definitely, because the 7th house is modernly ruled by Libra. So like oh my goodness, the study of intimate reflections is like a major component to this actually. It could be that someone, say that you're in a meeting, you're sitting at a table with a bunch of people, you're in a meeting, board meeting, group meeting, you're in a meeting. You put your hands on the table like this. You're sitting, you're listening, or talking. You're there. Put your hands on the table like this, and you realize that there's another person at the table who has their hands on the table like this. Who put their hands there first? Was it you or was it them? If it was you, you're the one who's leading that reflection and mirror. If it was them, you're the follower. There's a start to that study. Because then you're able to look at, do you want to mirror that person? And because your Pluto's in Libra, anytime that you're in a mirror with someone, there's an exchange happening. Which means that if you were the one to put your hands on the table like this, and there's another person who followed you, you have started that exchange. What do you want to exchange? How is it going to be exchanged? What are you looking for in the exchange? And because it's in Libra, also it's going to be an equal exchange. And if it is not, then there is justice of some kind that will come through to correct you or them. Pluto in Libra is actually a pretty protective placement. If they were the ones who put their hands on the table first and you put your hands on the table second, for me on a personal level, I normally disengage with that space fairly swiftly. If I notice that I'm mirroring someone and I don't want there to be any sort of exchange with them, I pretty immediately am like, okay, I'm done. That's it. I'm not going to sit in that position. We're not doing that. But if you wanted to learn the art of, because that's just how I am though, you could learn the art of it. You could learn the art of it and learn how to understand that type of exchange. But yeah, I'm definitely someone you're not going to lead me. Thank you. That's how I am though. So, discernment on that. But understanding how those mirrors are activated, because it might not always be physical. You might not always be able to see it. It might be that someone is, how sometimes when you talk to people pretty often, they have the same inflections in their voice or the same verbiage or words. That sort of thing is also important to pay attention to, and the indirectness of how that's happening and how that's affecting you. And then to another layer of it, and I feel like there may be another thing that comes through after this, but another layer of it is to look at if there's anyone who's doing that on purpose to direct your creativity because of that dark moon placement. Is there anyone doing that on purpose to make sure that they are enhancing your power so that they receive power in return? This is a really big time to learn. You said like over the next year. This is preparation, and wrap it up. Wrap it up. Wrap it up. The other chapter. Wrap up the chapter of that Capricorn. Wrap up that chapter of purpose and the power in your purpose. Wrap it up, be done. That's what, focus on that for now. You said over the next year, because eventually that's going to go back into Aquarius at the end of the year. So while we're here with Pluto and Aquarius, study that. Study. And you don't need a study buddy. This is not stuff that you study with other people. This is stuff that you sit and you think about. Yeah, I do find I have a copycat on the team, so I get that. And also too, if you start to notice these like interactions, and you become, the thing about Pluto is that the more that you sit and you listen and you understand the power that you actually have in your hand, and the more that you actually understand the power of your will and the power of your decisions, the more knowledge and the more wisdom that you obtain because you're studying and retain, not just obtain, because you could obtain it and let it go. You have to obtain it and retain it. The more that you do that, the more that you are able to see the conflict resolution possibilities in social settings and in other places, and like where there are those bindings. I don't know exactly what you're looking for in your career, and I don't feel like it's something that I personally really need to hear for the reading space, but the more that you make that sort of stuff clear, it could give you the upper hand in a lot of situations. You want promotion? Sure, probably. If you study that, you're going to be able to figure out a way to get it, because Pluto is the will. So you want to will it to be? Congratulations. Go study Pluto. Yeah, love you, Pluto. Love you, Pluto. Anything that you would want, anything you want in your career. And that's also the study of Pluto too, is like being really sure. Are you sure? Because if you're not sure and you still go for it, Pluto's going to make sure that you understand that you were sure, and then you're going to have to go do it again. That's another lesson of Pluto. So, not wanting to stagnate. Beautiful. So, yeah. That is what I have for you. It's a pretty, like, the previous reading was pretty serious too. This one I feel like is not maybe as serious, just like, this is very stealthy. This is a very stealthy. Get very stealthy with this for yourself, because as Pluto transits this, it's also going to be going over your 10th house, which has to do with hierarchies. So also studying, like, if you have higher ups, or if you are a team manager, there's like people underneath of you, studying the power exchanges between those spaces too. Power moving through any sort of Saturn energy, which is the 10th house, is really like Pluto and Saturn together are, you want to become super powerful. For whatever reason you're giving yourself to become super powerful, Pluto and Saturn are the ones to study, and you are being placed in a position where you are being asked to study that for yourself. So study how you need to. Study how you need to. Do you have any clarity questions that you would like to ask before I call the session and the reading through for you? Stealthy. Look and see, observe, learn. Stealthy. Like, nobody needs to know about it. No one needs to know that you're studying them. Nobody needs to know. You don't even need to sit and look at them. That's one of the things. I think I saw some. Okay, we're gonna have a personal moment, and I'm gonna return to the speaking of it. Yeah, we're gonna have. I'm pretty sure that someone who follows me on the internet saw me in public the other day. I had to pick up my Wi-Fi. And like plug it in, it's Wi-Fi. I had to pick up my modem. And I go up to they had a little podium at the front where you like would check in. And I didn't have time to get it that day, so they set up an appointment for me. But the minute that I walked up, they perked up. They just became super aware of me and where I was and who I am. I haven't ever met anyone in person. If you ever see me in person, please feel free to come say hi, as long as I, look like I'm approachable. Because there's sometimes I'm like in public. That's just what it is. So regardless of that though, let me return. So I went up, and moment of that. But they didn't tell me why they had that look. But I could tell. because I study people. So I had to go in the next day to pick up my modem, actually. So I did. They weren't there, but I did. And when I'm out in public, especially in situations I'm not normally in, like I'm not normally at a Wi-Fi store where there's a bunch of people. That's not normally my space. I don't normally frequent that kind of place. But I was there. So when I'm in those types of places where I'm not normally there, but there's a bunch of people around, it's like a gathering ground and it's not necessarily like my familiarity, I sit and I stare off into nothingness. And I just think about what people are doing and I study those dynamics. But nobody around me would know that unless you're here and I'm explaining that to you right now and you're in a room with me eventually. If I'm sitting and I'm quiet, I'm not talking to anybody, I'm either thinking about something that has been going on in my life and I'm studying that, or I'm sitting and I'm observing how everyone in the room is interacting with each other and how they're interacting with me on a spiritual level and on a physical, physical is spiritual, but, to study it, the stealth. Or you're sitting and you're reading a book and you're studying at the same time, or you're flipping on your phone and you're not actually like paying all the attention. You're actually studying up here to what's going on. Stealthy is wealthy. Stealthy is wealthy for this part of your chart. Stealthy is wealthy. Because another thing about Pluto, especially in the hierarchy space with the 10th house, the other thing about Pluto and the dark moon, people don't want to know that you have more power than them. It makes them uncomfortable. It makes them feel like you're a threat. It makes them feel like you are a danger to them. People don't want to know. They don't want to know. People don't want to know. They don't want to know. They don't want to know. There's so many examples in history. People don't want to know. They don't want to know. People don't want to know. So, zoop. Don't tell anybody. Don't talk about it. It's just for you. Just walk about it. Don't talk about it. Walk about it. Stealthy. Stealthy is wealthy. I like that. This thing, that's the first time I've said it. Stealthy is wealthy. People don't need to know. People don't need to know. Does that make sense? Does that bring clarity for you? People don't need to know. They don't need to know. They don't need to know. Direct and indirect. Honestly, I love people watching. It's one of my favorite things. Sounds good. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Then may everything be received in love, truth, elevation, and free in the highest order that there is, has been, and ever will be. And thank you so much for booking with me. I give my gratitude, love, and reverence to you. It's been a good reading. You know what? That's true. And good luck with your transitions and however you decide to move through and do what you need to do. Good for you. Good for you. Good for you. Good for you. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. So let me call that one through. And then we have up next is for Lisa. Hello, Lisa. Lisa, will you send me a message in the chat to let me know that you are here? Oh, for Dylan? For Dylan. Not for Lisa. My apologies. Yeah. So I guess career. Beautiful. All right. Also, it's literally the lucky cat. I wondered what your profile picture was. And that lucky cat is literally the lucky cat. Look at that lucky cat. All right. Thank you for that, lucky cat. It's me. All right. So allow me a moment because I need to put the information of your chart in. So I need to get that set up. I need to get it set up. Beautiful. Where are we at? Is it 7:03 or 7:30 for your time? It came in 7:03. It did. There's no 0 though. So I just want to check and make sure. Okay, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for that. And that was I'm actually a little, maybe impressed is not the right word. I'm noticing right now the difference in myself of where I am right now internally versus where I was like even just a year ago. That's crazy to think about. Even just a year ago. Because yesterday, we're going to talk about it in between this reading. Yesterday with that Chiron, it was Chiron and Mars. For me and I made a video about it earlier. For a lot of other people, it's pretty triggering. Like lots of crying, lots of not pretty crying, ugly crying, got to get it out of the system type of energy. Empowering also, but like clearing out the shadows. And for me also, it was a lot of trauma work, a lot of healing work, a lot of trauma work. And that's, I'm like, have felt just like very vulnerable all day today because of that. Felt very vulnerable before I got on my live stream. I was like, you know what? No, this is where I need to be. Like, this is my purpose. Like, I've done so much to be here. I'm going to be here. This is wonderful. It is. Me a year ago would have been like, nah, I'm going back to bed. Like, don't. Would have hidden, you know? That was just a strange moment of self-reflection. So thanks for listening. That was, yeah, it is. It is kind of wild to me how much can change in such a short amount of time. Yeah, thank you, Spirit. That's true. I love it when the messages come on through. All right, so let me read this question because you said career. You said career. Beautiful. Okay, so career, and let me double check and make sure that simple. No, I love when people have extra details, so no need to keep it extra simple. You know. Let's see. Okay, mainly my concern. Beautiful. So it sounds like life changes. You know what? Life does change. Life changes. And career transition. Right now, with your career energy, Saturn is, your MC is in Pisces. So Saturn is moving through Pisces, the North Node. Ooh, preparation. Because you said, well, for the next year? Let me go back and read your message. For the next year, overall, curious what to see that. Yeah, okay, so for the next year, you're in preparation mode. Prep. You know, like when you're sitting, you gotta chop up all the veggies, all right? Prep. You're in preparation mode because there's gonna be a meal. You're making food. There's the creation process starts probably, when would that be? Like early 2025, probably like February, around that time. I don't know the exact date, but like around the time of February 2025. So MC in Pisces, you're meant to be seen as someone who is a little bit more spiritual. You bring transition also in your career, so someone who helps to bring transition. Pisces is also the seer, the person who has sight, so people know you as someone who like has the sight, or like you're able to look at it and just know what it is, or like that's also a problem solver too, like being able to like look at it and just know what it is. So there's Saturn moving through this right now. Saturn brings order. So if you've noticed any new practices in your career space or in your career energy, or practices that you're bringing into other parts of your life where career could help or is helping, definitely focusing on that. That's true. Thank you, Spirit. And then also too, Saturn, it doesn't allow us to be blind to the details. And so having to really look at the details of, it's moving through your house of purpose, and also partially the house of, that's going to be great, the house of hierarchies. Ooh, let me go through the transits, because there's something that could be really, really great that happens for you at the end of this, but we have to look at the rest of the transits first. So, oh my gosh, let me find the date for that. Actually, I've talked about it so many times tonight, and I need to find the date for it. So hold for me, because we need to find this date. There's a conjunction of, I don't know when it happens, and that's what I'm going to look for. There's a conjunction of Saturn and the North Node in Pisces. And necessary that we find this for you. So where does that enter? That's true. Beginning of February 2025, lucky stuff happening. You have your fortune at 29 degrees in Pisces, and so the North Node's going to cross over that. That's also in Pisces season, right before Pisces season. It's right before Pisces season. So there's also Venus is going to be in Pisces then too. So you have like, there's luck. Neptune's also going to cross back over it. You just have, you're preparing so that when there's good luck, there's going to be good luck next year. The food example, I own and operate a food truck that I launched a year and a half ago. Congratulations. Is it called Lucky Cat Coffee? Because how wonderful. That's good for you. That's good for you. Yes, it is. That's true. Congratulations are due. Preparation. Prep. This is prep. This year is prep. It is prep. Can I ask where you're based out of, actually? Is that information that you're willing to share? I'm curious. I'm interested. Where are you based out of? I need to write this down. Where you at? Where you at? Let me know. Listen. Lucky Cat Coffee. All right. Thank you. I might come visit eventually. Maybe. I'll see. From Maine. Because it's the Maine coffee. Of course you're in Maine. You're the main coffee spot. Of course you're in Maine. You're the main coffee spot. All right. So when it comes to this transit, so this is preparation. Saturn in Pisces is preparation for everybody, really, because there's a bunch of Saturn, Pisces, North Node stuff that's happening at the beginning of next year. Then we have our North Node that's going to be in Pisces for the next year and a half or so. So it's really like we're in a lot of preparatory practice with our spirituality right now. If you've been noticing any, I think I mentioned this earlier, but I'm gonna say it again, any new practices that have been coming through within your spiritual practice, anything also that you have just felt like you need to do, it's also bringing order to things. So like getting your paperwork in order, business licenses, that sort of order, important to make sure that that sort of order is done. Also the order, if you look at you said it was a truck, let me make sure that that's true. The operated food truck. Yes. Okay. So the food truck, if you look at it as an altar, making sure that with the Europe, I love the language. It's fantastic. It's so familiar, and I haven't spoken like that in such a long time. So thank you for the refresher. Where was I going with that? If you look at the food truck as like an altar, having things set up in a specific order, because that's also Pisces energy. At the indirect and how that, especially because it's food magic, that's earth information integration. So definitely having there be an order. This may come through. Make sure that you're taking time to reflect upon your shadows, because you have your dark moon in your 6th house. And if you were listening to the previous readings, I've mentioned it a couple of times, I'm pretty sure, but the dark moon has to do with manipulation, betrayal. It's how we manipulate other people. And if we don't sit with this placement and heal it, and feel through it and study how other people have manipulated us, then it can become kind of a dangerous placement to interact with, because we're coming from an unhealed place to wield the power of manipulation, which can then perpetuate harm in the world. And that for you is in the 6th house, and it's in Capricorn, which is ruled by Saturn. So it's that's part of the Satyrian energy that's happening for this, and also with like the food magic that you're working, because the 6th house. So taking the time to really sit and study, like in your client interactions, actually that would be very interesting. In your client interactions, how is there a manipulation happening through the details of conversation, or the details of how you're making or preparing, or the details of like how you're interacting if you have employees, or the looking at the details. Look at the details. They're not going to be super direct. It's the 6th house. It's already indirect, and then the dark moon is super shadowed. So it's double layer of shadow. Let me be more specific. It's a double layer of shadow. So that's going to be a study that will be, and we also have two. That's true. Not I said that in kind of a stressed way. I was coming at that with stress, but we don't need to be stressed about it. It's just what it is. The dark moon is going to be in a conjunction with the south node, I'm pretty sure, for our next eclipse in Libra, which is the south node. So definitely take the time to sit and look at the shadows and study how possible women have been manipulative towards you. Specifically, if this is the mother wound, so like mother energy, sit with that. That's going to be important for you over the next year as part of the preparation. That's true, because balance, if you're asking for more power in the career and more money or more clients and more, you're asking for more. If you're ever asking for more in the light, then there needs to be also order and protection. Order for me is usually protection also. That's why I say that. Order and protection in the dark. So having there be that balance. So if there's any like shifts in career that you're looking towards, anything that you're asking for, looking towards, that is going to be, that is going to be interesting. That's going to be important to. Would that be referring to that with a cross? Oh, there's another message. I haven't had any negative interactions, knock on wood, but my partner had serious betrayal in his business. Would that be referring to that with a crossover? Probably if you're already making the connection. I don't know exactly what that would be, because I saw that you put the date of their chart in there, but without the, like, I guess I could pull that date and just see kind of like what was going on. Well, and isn't it near your birthday too? Hold on, allow me a moment. 1991. Yeah, all right, so actually I don't feel like I need to pull that up, but I feel like yes. If you feel like it's connected, then probably it is. Also, I want to point out too that you have a Capricorn stellium and your North Node is in Capricorn. So like looking at those details is something that's actually pretty new for you. And like being in the detail and the structure and the orientation is pretty new for you. And that's in your 7th house. So like the newest part of that and the more the very purpose oriented calling part of your life is to be in a very detail oriented, structured relationship, and like in those mirrors and reflections with people, and with specifically also your partner. So it would make sense. The dark moon is not in your 7th house, but you do have the dark moon, it crosses over, like Capricorn crosses over, and you're talking about a crossover. So if you think it connects, I don't know how it connects. That's probably going to take the studies of you sitting and understanding like what is the connection and how does it connect, and are you able to connect it to your business, and are you able to, that would be pretty interesting if you wanted to sit with that and learn from kind of the betrayal that happened there to see if there's any way that you're able to guard and protect for yourself. But it also has to do with too, especially because it's in Capricorn, this is definitely a placement where you want to make sure that all your paperwork is in order, and that if you have hierarchies in your business, so say that you do have people that work for you, that they're not, I'm not even exactly sure how to word that other than just pay attention to their influence, and if they're influencing you, how are they doing it? Just you. Okay, beautiful. So then look at how people are influencing you through the art of interaction. Thanks for that. The art of interaction when it comes to details with the food. So it could be even like the details of like, how do you hand people the coffee or the food or what it is that you're serving them? Like, how are you handing it to them? Or how is it that you're receiving money from them and taking their orders? And there's a lot of different things. There's a lot of different ways that can be studied. And also Capricorn is so detail oriented that you could literally choose, and your Neptune is in Capricorn. So it's definitely important that you study that for sure. Yeah. Yep. Indirect influence. If you notice something was changed and you're not sure where it came from, trace it back to its origin, or follow it. It's like tracing back the footsteps. Also, Carissa, my list tonight is closed, but I probably will be back on tomorrow. So, yes. But I am doing readings, so welcome. Yeah. Tracing back those footsteps, or tracing back, like it could be you notice that you handed the coffee to the person with your right hand rather than with your left hand. Like maybe normally you hand it to them with the left hand, but this time you handed it to them with the right hand, and that changed something. Or like you noticed that interaction with that person was a little bit different, and it was after that happened, or it was before that happened. And so maybe you, like following those types of details, you realize, oh, it's because they handed you something in the left hand rather than handing you, like what if they paid with cash, like they hand, normally people, like you pick it up in one hand, not the other, and so then it ended up changing your order on the other end of it. That's so detailed, so nuanced, and again, like I said, can go in so many different directions. But you could literally pick anything of the, like any type of that interaction, and just sit and think about it and figure out the indirect influence of it, and it would probably be helpful. Because what's happening really for the next year, like I said, preparation, because there, if you're working with manifestation, or you're working with the process of creation, if you're asking for there to be, maybe you want your own store, maybe you don't want to be in a food truck, maybe you want to level up, maybe there's something more that you're asking for, then there, through this process, with that fortune at 29 degrees in Pisces, if you're really bringing order to this, if you're really doing the work, when there's the crossing, when things are moving out of Pisces, Neptune's moving out of Pisces next year, Saturn's moving out of Pisces next year, the North Node is moving into Pisces, but the way that the nodes work is that they come in on the back end, so it'll come in at 29 degrees. So there's 3 really important crossings that happen at that 29 degrees, and that's where your fortune is, which is being at the right place at the right time. And it's the right place at the right time, but because of the Capricorn and the Saturn influence, you have to be prepared. And if you're not prepared, then it's not going to show up. But if you're prepared, then you're going to win in a really big way. That's so good. I don't normally do the hair flips, but you know what? I feel like it's necessary for that. That's the energy I feel for that. So prep, we're trying to prep. Keep the altar in line. Yes. Study and be on guard. Yes. Yes. Also, I feel like with it just being you in the space, it will be because Capricorn lends to hierarchies. Also studying, I suppose that's true, because it doesn't necessarily have to be the hierarchy between you and I think it might be raining. Capricorn is not necessarily I think that's the first squirrely moment I've had in a while. Anyways, or maybe that I've noticed. Capricorn is not just the study of the hierarchies between you and like your colleagues or your coworkers. It's also the study of the hierarchy between you and other people. Don't always assume that because you are the person who is offering the food, that like if you think of yourself as like the lesser and you're offering to them, like don't always think of yourself as that. Or if you think of yourself as like the upper and you're offering to them, or like in a hierarchy above them, like don't get caught in thinking about it in a sense of like always being, because that's part of the indirectness that could be influenced, like the game of hierarchies, which sometimes is not a very fun game, discernment of like how that's happening between you and the clients that are coming through. There's a lot of good luck happening though at the beginning, like a third of the way into the next year, quarter of the way, February to May, generally speaking. February to May, there's some golden energy. Also, Venus is transiting out of Pisces around that time too. Yes. Definitely with the real roughness, it takes time when rough stuff happens to keep, like, bring the order, keep the order. Like, it takes effort, it takes energy, it takes work, especially if there's stuff that just isn't working. So keep doing what you need to do. Keep yourself motivated. Also, the thing about Saturn, because of the Saturn influence that's happening here, I do want to mention that Saturn doesn't care if you are worth it. It doesn't care if you are worth it. You have dreams, goals, aspirations. You want this good luck manifestation. There's something you want to bring through for you. You want more for yourself, however that looks. Saturn doesn't care if you feel like you're worth it. That's Venus. Venus cares a lot. Venus, that is mostly what Venus cares about, is if you are worth it. Saturn, though, doesn't care. Saturn does not care. Saturn cares if you have done the work to earn it. And that's why I say, if you keep up the preparation work, lucky stuff is going to happen. But if you don't do it, Saturn will just blow right by you. Saturn's going to be like, all right, well, maybe next time. See ya. Yeah, and Saturn has a long transit too. So like the fact that this is moving over, like it takes like 30 years. So like this is like a once in a 30-year happening, and it's happening at the same time the North Node, and like there's a lot of good stuff. And Neptune is the great preparation of a placement, possibly. Great preparation. And really you gotta ask yourself, what do you want? What do you want? You gotta confront what you want, you know? Keep the pedal to the metal. Yeah, you got it. I'll be a cheerleader over here. You got it. Keep it going. You got it. Keep the order, keep it going, and keep on growing. Keep studying. Make sure that in your like, keep the pedal to the metal energy, make sure that you're taking time to sit and think about those shadows, reveal them to yourself. That's also a part of keeping that practice up for like where these transits are for you. So yeah, the balance of the two. Don't keep the pedal to the metal so much that you're neglecting that shadow space. And that's also a part of the keeping the pedal to the metal. So like if there's stuff that you notice that's coming up, if you're not able to sit with it right in that moment, valid. Make sure that you return to it though, if it's coming up in the shadow and you need to like grow it, return to it, reveal it to yourself, clear it out, and bring the order. Beautiful. Wow, do you have any clarifying questions? This is really, that's like jazz hands, you know? That's really, I'm excited for you. There's more to come through. There's more to come through for you if you do the work you need to do. That's exciting. Oh. The elevation, that's really what you're doing. This preparation work is elevating you to be able to receive that right time at the right place. Thank you, Spirit. That's beautiful. That's more than beautiful. That's dutiful. That's disciplined. You gotta be disciplined for that. That's disciplined. You are welcome. You are welcome. May you receive everything that you need, and may this reading be received. That's true. And love, truth, elevation, and free in the highest order that there is, can, has been, and ever will be. And thank you for booking with me. I give my love, gratitude, and reverence to you. And you got it. Keep going through. You got it. Keep going through. Wow. So good. So good. All right. So then up next is for Alyssa. Also, thank you for your patience, because yes, it has been. And actually, I think I am going to, because we have Alyssa, and this is a 1-question tarot. Yes, a 1-question tarot. And then Judith is up after that, and that's a channeled reading. Those are my favorite. I think I'm going to open the list. I think I'm going to take on 1 or 2 more readings. So if you are interested in that, I'm going to open those up for us for 1 or 2 more. We'll see what comes through, and some of the readings are longer than others. So if you're interested in that and you've been sitting in the room just hanging out, just listening, and you actually want a reading and my list has been closed, then I'm going to open those up. So the astrology ones are open. Let me go and open the tarot ones. But yeah, just 1 or 2, and then once those, because it is getting kind of late, but the next 2. What if I do it but I fall asleep while waiting? Then we will be able to sit together either in my next live stream, or like I can sometimes, if that happens, what I've done previously is I'll like reserve a spot for people in the next live stream. So like if you want it, or the next live stream that, how do I say, like that you could make it to. So say that I do a next one, but then you're not able to get to that one, and then there's a next, because I don't schedule them. That's the other thing about it. Or if you needed me to return it to you, like if you needed me to refund it to you, I could do that too. So yeah, I don't like doing that. It's not my favorite thing to do, but if it's necessary and needed. But I really like the reserving the spot. So yes. Are they recorded? Yes. So I like the way that your name is, Rain Kai. The recordings that so the way that TikTok does it is they have like the live center for creators. So what I do is I go through, it takes about a day or two to process the videos, but I'm pretty sure around that, but I download them and then I re-upload them to YouTube, and that way you can go back and like you can watch the entire thing if you wanted to, but you could also scroll through and find where your reading is in there too. So yeah, those replays are available on YouTube, which I still have to get the previous one up, but yes. Yes. So the list, so let me explain that actually. So I just reopened the readings. I'm only going to take like we'll see, maybe probably one or two. That's maybe three. Maybe three. If you go onto the website, it's linked in my bio. It's astrologyandmagic.com. And then there is a link for services, and there's astrology, and there's tarot. And then there's also channeled readings under the astrology, whereas I sit and I channel spirit and like the messages that come through. So yeah, there's different like types of those readings, and there's more information over there. And that's what it is. So let's get into Alyssa's reading. And thank you, Alyssa, for your patience. And thank you, Judith, for your patience. Also, yes. And let me read this for a moment, because there is a question. And you said, Alyssa, you said that... Oh, I thought I had gotten that. I got a beautiful channeled reading. Thanks, Monica. If you're looking at it's Ask a Question. That's the most like simplified version of the astrology chart. Yeah. And then for Alyssa, you said I'll probably do tarot next. You actually did the tarot one. You put in like all your birthday information and everything too, but this is the tarot reading. So would you like to do an astrology one? They're different prices though, is like the reason that I ask. So do you want to do tarot now? And do you want to do tarot now? Yes. Okay. I'm pretty sure that's a yes, but also yes, you are welcome, Monica. You are welcome. So let me read your note also before. Which one did you buy? You bought the tarot. You bought the tarot one. You put all your information in for the astrology, but yeah, you did get the tarot. So do you want to sit with tarot now and do astrology another time? Yeah. Okay. Beautiful. So, let's see. Let me read this note quick too. The pain and the healing. It is. Clarity. A lot has happened. That sounds like a lot. And you know what? Look at how strong you got. Scorpio over and over the past 6 months. All right. So what I do at the beginning of the tarot and the channeled readings is I'll call in the energy. So if you have, Alyssa, if there's any feelings that have been sitting on your heart, there's any messages, anything that's been falling apart, stress that you have been around or near, anything that has not been made clear, any fear, confusion, the strain, the hope. If there's any thoughts that have been lingering in your mind, any dreams, or anything that hasn't felt like it's needed to be left behind. I ask that this clarity comes through in love, truth, elevation, and free in the highest order that there is, has been, can, and ever will be. There needs to be more clarity. You need to go and like clear the windows, clear the anything that can bring you clarity in the physical. Go and clear it. Go and clean it if you're able to do so. Because you're talking about there's a foot that you have some not being able to work out the foot. So like physically, if you're physically capable and able to do so, go through and clear the windows, clean the windows, clear the mirrors, clear even if you have a car, even like the car windows, like clear it all out, clear and clean and revere. Also, someone just sent through, I see you, clear and clean, clean. There's like you want clarity to come through. There's more clarity than just this reading. So if you need more, like there's more clarity than just the clarity that I'm going to be able to bring through here. Go and clear the windows, clear anything that's clear. Anything that's go and re-clear it, even if they don't even look that dirty, go clear it, go clean it. And that will help to it won't even just help. It's going to activate the ushering in of there being clarity. Go clear it, go clean it. Clear, clean. Clarity will come through for you. That does not need to be there. Yep. You are in a place where every single time that there is discomfort in your face, like there's like discomfort that comes up, or it's like misery, or it's discomfort. It's not even necessarily like being uncomfortable, but like discomfort. And dis is to separate. So whenever you are separated from comfort, discomfort, to be separated from comfort, thank you, Spirit, to be separated from comfort, every time that comes up, you're removing it. You're like, no, that's not here. That's not here. That's part of what needs to be made clear. Every time that you become separated from comfort, there's something that's coming through to separate it. That's true. There's something coming through to separate you from comfort. So every time that you feel discomfort, allow yourself to figure out where that's coming from. Is it a memory? Is it a spirit? Is it a feeling that you're holding on to? There's so many different fundamentals in your practice that can help you to gain clarity. Like you have a very great fundamental practice for yourself. There's so many fundamentals in your practice that can help you understand. Even my voice wants to change. Oh my goodness, the change going on, even my voice. Wow. So if there is that separation of comfort, every time that you notice it and you're aware of it, stop for a moment and say to yourself, hold on, that's wrong. I'm like, comfort is allowed to be here. So what is separating? There's something separating me from comfort. What is this? What is separating me from comfort? And if you're able to identify what's separating you from comfort, you're going to be able to identify the reason why you need to cry, the reason why you're asking why, the reason, if you're your studies, if you need to, not even your studies, it's that's a protection. That's protection. Allowing yourself to have that protection is helping also to clear your direction, more clarity, to help clear your direction. That's part of the clarity. Sitting and understanding what's coming through to separate you. Separate no more. These are tactics and strategies of battle also. Let me take this off. These are tactics and strategies of battle. Like, if there's especially if you want to be comfortable, you want to be comfy, you want to sit in your comfort, and there's something coming through to separate you from that, Enemy, put up a shield. You have a lot of power you wield. You also have many tools you're able to lean on and learn from. Understanding that if there is something separating you from where you are at in your comfort, in your home, ooh, get it up out of there. Do not let it sit there. Do not let it sit around you. Figure out where it's coming from. Figure out where it's near. And then figure out how to clear it. And then figure out how to clear it. You are strong. You are powerful. And you are not wrong. You are strong, you are powerful, and you are not wrong. You know what is wrong? Whatever this is that's coming through to separate you from your comfort. Okay, Spirit, thank you. Bring it through. Let that be done and over. Let that be done and over. It's not going to take as long to go through and clear those types of discomforts as you might think. You are strong. You're going to figure out one, and then you're going to be like, oh, and that's the other one. Oh, and that's the other one. And then there will be others that come through, and then you're going to be like, oh, well, I've already seen those ones. So obviously you made yourself clear to me here also. Get it out. You're not wrong. You're strong. You're not wrong. Of course, if you're strong, the enemy wants you to think that you're wrong. But you're not. You're strong. You're strong. And you're right where you belong. So be where you belong and be strong. There's going to be a completion of protection for you. Practice that. There's a completion of protection. Practice that. There's a completion of protection. And because there's like protective energy, also protective spirits around you. However you feed the spirits in your practice or interact with the spirits, and not necessarily feeding them, but like interacting with them. However you interact with the spirits in your practice. There's spirits around you who are not just watching over you, but making sure that there's guards around. Interact with the guards. Interact with the guards that are around you, because interact with the guards. Interact with them. They're standing there waiting for you to interact with them. They're there. They're there. But you gotta look up to see them. They're above you. They're above you in the sense that they're older, longer, stronger. You gotta look up. And you're really focused on life that's here. It's not a bad thing. We're humans. We have to look at the ground. That's where our feet are. That's where our feet are. We're grounded. We're humans, you know? We're here. But every once in a while we gotta look up. And for this, if you're interacting with the guards, you gotta look up. Look up in your home. In your home, in your house, especially if you have anything that's like near the ceiling or like hung up, like interact with them, like the corners of your walls, the corners of the corners of the walls, like where the wall meets the ceilings. Look up. You could clear that out too. Also, the guards are they're basically like waiting for your orders. You can't order them around, but they're waiting for your orders. And then they can get their feet on the ground. They're up there because they're waiting for you to ground them somehow. So however it is you ground the spirits in your practice, let them ground, because they're there to help. They're there to help. You need help, they're going to help you. You need room to be able to sit and process and cry, for sure. Allow them to come through and guard you while you're in your healing. They're there for that. You need someone to help guard your home so that when there's other people there alone, or while you're there alone, or when there's like, for sure they're there for that. Allow them to come through and ground. You gotta look up and then bring them to the ground. There's fundamentals in your practice that are gonna help you. That's been my protective prayer for an angel in each corner. And vision, beautiful. Thank you for sharing that with me. Yes, there are spirits around you. You need to interact with them though. There's words you can say, but this work is not just about to pray. This work requires that you interact with them. Like, interact with them in the physical. Interact with them. For example, for example, I'll use this as an example. You could offer to them something that is in your home very specifically. Maybe it's something you have there for protection. Maybe it's something that you create for protection. Maybe that offering them something specific in the physical that's going to help them ground in the physical. Because the spirits are in the spirit. They interact with the physical, but if they're grounded in the physical, that's different. Interacting with the physical and being grounded in the physical are two different things. So if you're able to ground them, they're going to help surround you. They're really going to ground. They're really going to ground, and there's many of them around. And then your life gets really peaceful and really easy. So remember that. And remember that you're calling for them to come through. Remember you're powerful, and create where you need to. Ground them. Because there's something you're learning here more about how to work through your fear. You're learning about how to, not just your fear, you're mourning. You're mourning. And when there is mourning, there's a morning. The sun's going to come up. When you're mourning, there is morning. The sun will rise. There's morning. There's morning. And that's an order too. That's an order. So I'm going to review it because it came in as an order. Clear your windows. Clear what is clear. Clear the mirror. Clear the windows. Clear. You need clarity? Clear it. Clear. The discomfort, sitting with what separates that, being really aware of it. Because I don't need to get into that. We'll leave it be. Yep. What separates you from your comfort? Ground your protectors. Ground them. Ground them. You're clawing your way out of the darkness is what it feels like. That's what I heard. You're clawing your way out of the darkness. But when you're in the morning, it's like you're clawing. You know, if you've ever been rock climbing, and maybe you haven't, but I'm going to use it as an example. The top of the climb is the hardest, but then you get to sit at the top and look at everything that you climbed over. The top's the hardest because you've been climbing the whole time. You've been climbing the entire time. The whole time. And your fingers are tired, your arms are tired, your legs are tired, your core is tired, and your neck is tired. And also those harnesses, uncomfortable. A little scary too, you know? Don't fall. But you get to the top, you get to sit on the top and be like, yeah, I did that. Yeah, I did that. It's going to feel like that. It's going to feel like, yeah, I did that. It's going to feel like that. Right now, be really in your practice. Be in your practice, trust yourself. Be in your practice, trust yourself. And if there's spirits that are separating you from your comfort, turn up your height and awareness. And don't let them tell you you are wrong. If there's something that you know is wrong in your spirit, be strong. Be strong. Because you are. Do you have any clarity questions? Be strong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Be strong. And allow them to ground. You know? Yeah. I feel like that's been my day today, King Butters. I feel like that's been my day today. This is the energy I've been in. Oh, not all day, but for very specific moments of the day. It's been noted. But yeah, Alyssa, do you have any clarity questions? Any clarity questions? Sounds insane. Oh, I don't know actually. There wasn't another one that came through before that. If you sent another one through, sometimes TikTok does that. Why does it do that? Sometimes it does that. So if there was another one that you sent through before that, I don't see it. So if you can always DM me too. I don't know why TikTok takes, and it always happens when I'm in the middle of a reading with this is the third time. TikTok, why do you do this to me? This is the third time this has happened in like 2 live streams. But if you wanna DM me your question, that works too. And sorry for the inconvenience about that. There's literally nothing I can do. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty positive about that. So, yeah. Beautiful. I'll keep my inbox open. I'll keep my inbox open. Yes, I will. Yeah, you're welcome. Also, I am gonna close off my list again. I had James come in, and I'm gonna make that the final one of the night. Yes. But first, I need to. There we go. So the list is officially closed. And you know what? Probably good too, because I've been staying up late recently. Not a bad thing. I don't think that's a bad. I like nighttime, you know. But my cat has been waking me up early in the morning. He wakes me up early in the morning. He's like, "Let me outside. Let me out." And he just sits at the door and meows. Meow, 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 meow until I get up. Even if I talk to him, sometimes he and I have sensible conversations. Me and my cat. He's wonderful. I love him. I really do. But that, you know, it is. It is. Oh. Yeah, he's a funny one. He's a funny one. The feline alarm system, for real though. He was sitting over here with me earlier. He's been adventuring, doing his thing. He's been more independent recently, which has felt pretty good. But especially too, I had a conversation with him recently while we wait for this question to come through. I had a conversation with my cat. He and I have conversations pretty often, but he and I had a conversation recently about the past like 4 years, because it's been about Judith, thank you. I am wrapping up the reading that's right before you, or like the one that is in the queue prior to you, and then we'll definitely get into it. So thank you for that. And I'm excited too, because I love channeled readings. I really do. They're some of my favorites to do. Some of my favorites to come through. Yeah. So, but we're still waiting for Alyssa's clarity question in my DM inbox, since TikTok didn't want to send it through. Oh, no, it's all right. No worries. No. I definitely would have said something if I was waiting on you. I wouldn't just sit here, but I appreciate it. Thank you for that. I did just get Alyssa's message though, so let me read this really quickly. Alyssa, will you let me know when you're back in the live stream? Or maybe if you're not back yet, you wouldn't be able to do that. But Ooh. I'm back. Beautiful. Okay, thank you for that. And thank you for your message. Definitely. So It feels like, so everything that came through in the reading, the clearing, the clarity, and the other, like, basically instructions to help you with your practice, and directions and different practices too. There's a lot of different things in spirit that mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And there's a lot of different practices for these like types of clearings and for these types of happenings. And I don't really feel that there needs to be like a specific answer to this, because it feels like there will be, as long as you continue in your practice, it feels like there will be answers for you in time. And sometimes that's just how spirit is. Sometimes we have to wait and do the work and wait some more, and then we're able to see eventually. Then we're able to see eventually. But there's definitely some things in here that I feel that I don't have the like know-how or understanding, and I'm not going to speak on something if I'm not knowledgeable about it and if I don't have the experience to speak on it. And so it feels like what you're asking, it feels like there's probably, and sometimes that's true. Sometimes spirit has us go through situations, go in situations. Spirit sometimes has us go in situations, go in, not through, go in. Go in situations where we are able to gain the experience and the skills and the wisdoms, where there is these kind of like it sounds like this happened fairly frequently and like through kind of what this reading was about. So it's like there's these kind of strange experiences that happen during that like period of preparation, but it's for a reason, and probably you'll end up returning to it to learn from it at some point. So that's my experience that I'm able to kind of like help with that for or from, because I don't really feel like I need to pull any more cards for it, and I don't feel like I'm going to be able to give you a specific answer. But probably just, not probably, what I would recommend. What I recommend is to just keep studying, keep practicing, and there will be answers for you when and if you need it to be. That's true. Also, if you're calling through clarity and you're like clearing the windows and you're allowing yourself to like bring more clarity in other practices too, then definitely there's going to be clarity in other areas, which means that maybe this happening is going to have more clarity for you there too. You know, so yes, you are so welcome. And thank you too. Thank you too. May everything in this reading be received in love, truth, elevation, and free in the highest order that there is, was, can, and ever will be. And thank you so much for supporting me. Thank you for booking with me. I give my love and my gratitude and my reverence to you. It's true. Thank you. Judith, before we go into your reading, I do want to hydrate for a moment because I need some water. I need some water. And then also I need to read your message also. Speaking of preparation, I love that. Okay, so let me pull up your chart then also. So allow me the time and the space to do that. Beautiful. The hydration station. Yes. That sounds good. Thank you. Thank you for the patience. Spirit has a lot of people in preparation right now. That's part of Saturn being in Pisces. So if that preparation has come up several times tonight. If you're doing the preparatory work, congratulations. For you are due. Keep going through. Keep going through, because that we are in a preparation period. We are in a preparation period. Not even a period. Preparation, preservation. It's like we're being prepared to preserve that preparation so that we're able to, you know, like, why do you preserve food? So that you can have it at a later date. We're going through preservation, so that we have what we need when we're going. Oh, thank you, Spirit. That was a lot of clarity, actually. For me, I hope it was for you, too. That was beautiful. Like, big picture. Big picture. Big picture. Love that. Okay. feel like that happens every time that I go to put someone's birthday into the birth chart. I just start talking about something else that is coming through, and so thanks for your patience. Because it does. It happens almost every single time. And I also, it's not that I'm not good at multitasking. It's that I'm not good at talking and putting in these dates at the same time. All right. Preparation. I may not need this, but I wanted to pull it up just in case I do. All right, so yes. So good. Okay, so before I do channeled readings, I call them in, call space in. So Judith, if there are any feelings that have been on the heart, been around, if there's any practices that Spirit has been asking you to ground, you're talking through preparation. If there's anything in preparation that you have been creating that you want to bring into this session, if there are any creations that have been preparing you, that you're asking yourself to go through and be through and look through and be true to you through. If there's any thoughts and questions for direction and further inspection, I ask that those come through here, true. And may this clarity come through in love, truth, elevation, and free in the highest order that there is, can, has been, and ever will be. Preparation. Let's talk about preparation, because apparently that's where we need to sit. Preparation is for a raising of your station. Spirit just doesn't just prepare you for no reason. Spirit doesn't prepare you for no reason. It's because there's going to be a change of season. It's because things are changing. It's because things are rearranging. And you're asking for what is it that you're being prepared for? Well, what have you been doing in preparation? What are you doing in preparation now? What skills are you building? Not just what skills are you building. It's what practices are you practicing? What are you doing right now? Where are you at right now in your practice? Are you... For example, I've been sitting with more incense because that's what I've needed. That's part of my preparation. And so I could look at that practice and say, oh, this is probably why I'm bringing this into my practice right now, is because there's where I'm going. And we've had too, with the influence with the eclipses, very Pisces energy with the... it was Mars and Libra was in Pisces. So for the next 6 months, we're in transition. This is preparation for transition. And then we have all this Pisces energy that's coming through next year too. So it's a very spiritual transition. It's also, we have Saturn in Pisces. So we have spiritual order. Like, we're bringing transition through spiritual order. So looking at your practice, what are you being prepared for? Why are you so scared of being prepared? It's not just that you're being prepared, it's that you're scared of being prepared. It's like you're being prepared for something that could be bad. What if it's good, though? A lot of the times we've been prepared. Think about every single time that you have been in a bad situation. Have you been prepared for it? Probably not. Every single time that you've been in a bad situation, it has hurt you, and it's been traumatic, and it's been something that you've had to like go through and grow through and heal through, and it sucked. You probably haven't been prepared for that, because if you were prepared for it, you would have been able to protect yourself, get out of it, and not be harmed. Thank you, Spirit. But you're being prepared because there's something coming through. You're not being prepared to go fight unless you're fighting right now. That's different. But you're not being prepared to go fight unless you're fighting right now. You're being prepared so that when you're there, you're not scared. You're not afraid. You're not in fear. You're just here. You're here, and you have your tools, and you have your wisdoms, and you have your experiences, and you have your relationships in the spirit. You're prepared. That's the point of preparation, is so that you're not scared. But there's so much public speaking, loving people, and having been so hurt by them. Oh, Uh. Mm. There is nothing you can do if people are not gonna return the love. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do if people are not gonna return the love that you give through. Because if you give love through and they don't return it to you, in my opinion, how I sit with that energy, they've created themselves an enemy. Because for me, let's talk about it. For me, love, yes, I draw power on myself. Yes, I draw power in the elements. Love you, the elements. Thank you so much for your power in your life and your death. Yes, I draw power in the spirit, but where from? Of course I draw power from love. I love love. That's one of the spirits I sit with on a fairly regular basis. I love love. Of course I'm going to draw power from love, but that means that if I give love to another person, I'm offering them my power. So if I give love to another person and they don't return it to me, or they return it and they've morphed it into something that isn't free and isn't true, first of all, I don't want it. Take it back. Second, they're not my enemy. I'm going to give love to you and you're not going to return it to me? I just gave power to you. I gave you an offering of power. I gave you... You can leave. That person, not you. That person, whoever that is, this figurative person. You can be gone. They can be gone. I'm not going to deal with it. I'm not going to deal with it. I have way more important things to do in my life. I know that I sit in a lot of power in my spirit, in my practice. I have relationships in the spirit that are more important than people who are not going to return that love to me, return my power to me. I don't work for free. So me giving love to somebody and them not returning it, they've just stolen from me. Or claimed a victory on me. Not for me. Not for me. Not for me. Learning where and how there are enemies is probably something that would be very beneficial for you, especially if there's fear about being prepared for something. Because if you are able to identify who, what, where, and why someone is through with you and is actually an enemy of some kind, then you're not blind. And that's what's scary about being a spirit, in my opinion. That's what I feel right now, too. That's what's scary about me. We can't see. Our eyes are in this physical world. I can see this phone. I can see the desk. I can see my cars. I can see my water bottle. I can see my reflection. I can see your words. I can see I can see here. And I can see what I can see in the spirit, but I can't see in the spirit. You know? I can see what I can see, but I can't. And we're not meant to. We're humans. And that's what's so scary. We walk blind a lot of the times. Where we're not blind means we're not behind. Thank you, Spirit. But if you are blind, be kind. Because when you're blind, you're not always behind. It's like squares and rectangles. It's true. Discernment is important. So discern who is an enemy. That's true. Discern who is an enemy. Discern who is an enemy. Because if you have people around you you are giving them power. Because sometimes, I know before I started studying this kind of like fundamental or practice of like discerning the enemy and just like that kind of study of discernment of enemy for protection and redirection, I didn't, if I gave my love to someone and they didn't return it to me, I would get really sad. To be honest, I'd be like, aw, they don't love me. They don't love me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I did something. Maybe I did something but that's because I was traumatized and I was still healing. Ooh. Probably parts of me still are, you know? It just is. We heal. We're human. But I would say to myself, I'd be like, maybe there's something wrong with me. Maybe I could be better. Maybe I could be different. Maybe I could be something I'm not so that they would love me. The thing is, though, if I change myself, so that I'm different from what I love naturally, then I'm distancing myself from that power of love, and I'm not actually going to be able to give my true love of power to that person in the first place. No parents, strained family. Yeah. So I used to be in that status, but I'm not anymore. I gave away my love so freely. Yeah. Love is a beautiful thing. And love is so powerful. And there is a reason the world looks like it does right now. Many reasons. It's not just one. But if we're giving our love to our enemy, and we are someone who draws power on love, we are giving our love to our enemy. And I don't work for free. So if someone is my enemy, if they are my enemy, they're not getting my love from me. No. So learn for yourself how to protect that power. Learn who deserves it. Learn to discern. Discernment. It's your turn to discern. It's your turn to discern. Because if Spirit's preparing you for something and they're not oversharing either, sometimes Spirit will place you in situations and ask you to prepare, and then they don't say anything. They just zip it. They don't talk. There's no messages. You just gotta work and keep going, keep working, discern. And discernment, let's talk about discernment. Discernment is really the process. It's the learning for decisions. Learning for decisions. Now let's break that down for a moment. Decision is a being. Decision is a spirit. To sit in decision, you are sitting in the spirit of decision. It's a turning point. It's a deciding. There's a decision. But to have sight, to be able to open your eyes in decision, you need discernment. Discernment is the tool that creates clarity and free. Thank you, Spirit, for these words and for revering me. That's true. Discernment is the tool that creates free you in decision. So discern. Discernment will help you learn where not to get burned and where to learn, because you have to decide. That's part of discernment, is you have to decide where you're learning. You could have so many different lessons in front of you and so many different options of preparation. So there's so many different possibilities that are in front of us every single day, every single hour, every single moment. And we can go in any direction. But we need to be able to discern. You gonna throw away everything for something else? Discern. Are you gonna take this one step? Discern. Are you gonna have a long-term strategy and plan? Discern. Are you gonna be in a relationship with that person? Discern. What type of relationship is it? Discern. You need discernment, because discernment is really your creativity leverage. No, it's discernment. What is discernment? Because I've already said it's a tool. What is it? It's coming through. Let it come through. Discernment is, some people use it as a rule. Ooh. But rules are for fools sometimes, unless you use a rule as a tool. That's true. So don't be a fool. Discernment is a tool. You don't always need to discern. Sometimes you just know. That's true. Sometimes you do. But discernment is to learn. And there's also the decision of what to learn in the process. Is there any other questions you have? Or clarity that you need? Or The trust. You trust yourself? You can't trust the information if you don't trust yourself. There's no external trust if there's no internal trust. So if you're trusting yourself, you trust your gut, that's part of discernment is trust. So much power we have, and how easy it is to make a mistake or to mess up. So easy. It's so easy. And that's why we must learn to discern. And that's why we also must learn to trust ourselves. How could I tell the helpers from the harmers? Learn what is important to you. Let it come through. Learn what is important to you. For me, when I'm processing the information of where I identify my enemies and how I identify them, I don't really talk about that information a lot, to be honest with you, because that sort of information on a personal level, and I'll tell you why. Because on a personal level, why would I tell anybody? Why would I tell anybody? Because at any moment, someone can make a decision to change. Someone's been my friend for 5 years, and then they make a decision to change. All of a sudden, it's a rearrange. Oh, well, now you feel strange. And I can tell with the tools that I know about victory and strategy and how to discern who is around me to take my power from me or to gain something from me, that they're no longer in the order of a friend, they're in the order of an enemy. Okay, well, then we need to be done, because I'm not going to sit with that anymore. Nope. It takes time. It takes time to learn that. It takes time to learn how to make those discernments and how to discern that. It takes time. One of the things that I will say about that is that if you're able to kind of layer those, it's like, what do they call it in the trending spaces? It's like the trip words, or the trips and triggers that people if you can set up those trips and triggers for yourself, and for example, with names, for me, I've always had a theme with people that have the same names, just because that's how I am in the spirit. And that's just how I am in the spirit. And so if someone has the same name as somebody else, probably because I know this about myself and how I sit in the spirit, and that's also discernment, then I know I'm probably going to have similar interactions with that person, or they're going to have similar orders, and maybe I don't like that person that has this one name, and so I know probably I'm not going to like this one person that has that same name, because they're probably going to be similar in their characteristics because they have the same name. That's something that I've learned through the years. Very simple. Not going to tell you which names I do and don't like, but that's very simple. So having that kind of awareness, and it's really, for me, is about order. That's true. It's about order, because I know the order that I need to be in. I know the order of my time and how I'm spending my time. I know what I need to do there. I know the order of what I need to be eating to keep myself healthy. I know the order of order. I know my order. And I'm learning more every day. It's not like I know the finality of my order, I know the finality of it right now, but I know my order. I know what I need, and I know what my border is. And it's not just one boundary that I have with people. It's many. I'm a multifaceted person. So of course I'm going to have multiple layers, many multiple layers of different boundaries. Oh, this one person has shown me that they can only come through this one certain boundary. All right, well then I'll keep them at that distance, and they're not going to come any further to me, because I know that I can only have them over in that area. Same thing over here. If there's a person over here, oh, they've shown me that they're allowed to be here and here and here. Beautiful. Well, eventually, not all the time, but sometimes the closer that people get to you, also, I will say this, in the order, because I think of mine kind of spherical structured. So I have multiple layers that come off, many multiple layers that come off of me in those protections. So and to help people change directions too, and then you can stay that way. They can stay that way. But the reason that I have so many different layers is because the further that someone comes into those spheres and into those bubbles and is crossing through, then if there is they make a decision, there's a flip, there's a turn, or I learned something and I realized that they were an enemy the entire time and I just didn't know it because I didn't have the wisdom, well, that's all right. I'm gonna forgive myself. But then if they're the more near me that they are, the harder it's gonna be to like remove them, because we have closer gravitational pulls to each other. So if they're being removed, that's true. If they're being removed, then there's like all of these layers that I have to now, I have to re-navigate. That's true. I have to re-navigate. So I have to go through each one of those layers and kind of say to myself, okay, well then how did they get through that one? Like if they were able to get through this one and this one and this one and this one, how did they get through this one? All right, well then how did they get through this one? So then it takes me more time to go and study. It offers me the wisdom too of how to handle that. I have more tools now in my toolbox, in my tool belt. But also it does take time. So it's like the closer they are, the harder it is to get them to be removed because of that gravitational like closeness. So that's my wisdom that I offer to you for that portion of the question of the reading. Yeah. Discern. You can do it. Discern, and relearn. You got it. Discern, relearn. What are your orders? What are your internal orders for you? And then what's the orders that protect you? It's taken me years and years to have the like protective trip alarm system that I have for myself in the spirit. It takes time, and in the physical. It takes time. So don't rush yourself. It's not something that's going to happen overnight. So just like sit with it how you need to. If you want to make it a part of the preparation that you're going through, that's also true, because you can decide what you're studying. So if you want to make it a part of the preparation that you are like being prepared for, so that you are protected when you get there, so that you're not afraid, and and even if you are afraid, even if you're like, ooh, a little bit when you get there, still, you're like, well, but I have this system I've set up for myself. I have the knowledge and the know-how of what I have, and that feels pretty good. And sometimes that's what we need, is just enough. You are welcome. You are welcome. You are welcome. Oh, that was really empowering. May everything, it was. Thank you for sitting with me. May everything be received in love, truth, elevation, and free in the highest order that there is, can, has been, and ever will be. And thank you, Judith, for booking with me. Thank you for your support. I give my love and my gratitude and my reverence to you. Thank you for coming through. I feel like there was definitely more people in the room who needed to hear that too. So I'm really, really grateful. I always love when there's messages that come through, and it's like, I don't ever read all the comments when I'm in the middle of channeling. I just kind of have an eye out for the person that I'm reading for, and like looking for, but I give it to you too. Thank you. But yeah, sometimes there's messages that come through and I can see the comments are like, whoa, I needed that. Wow. So yeah, so I'm really grateful for that message too, because I know I've seen it in my closeness and like the people I'm around. I've seen it in my life. I've seen it in like the way that things are moving in the spirit. I've seen people are being prepared, not everybody, but there is a preparation that is necessary for a like certain wave of people, or like a certain collective right now of that specific kind of preparation. So thank you for that. It's beautiful, you know. Yes. Up next is James. So James, are you in the room? Are you here? Will you send me a message, please and thank you. Yes, and then let me see. And this is a channel reading too. We're gonna end the session and the live stream tonight. That's so good, with another channel reading. So good, so good. Beautiful. All right, so allow me a moment. I am going to put I don't know if I'm gonna need it or not. I didn't need it in the previous reading, but I'm gonna put your information into the birth chart puller. So I don't know if you've heard me, but I'm not very good at the multitask of this, so Bubba. The kitty cat was sleeping, and now he heard it get quiet. And now you wanna come up? Yeah. Yeah, I'm still doing readings. You just wanted to come and say hi. I missed you too. I missed you too. He's come up here to eat the bugs. There's like little flies that have been around, and he definitely just ate one, so you know what? Good for you. Good for you. Not for me. I don't want to eat the bugs, but you know what? Good for you. Almost there. Oh, he's so good. So good, so good. All right, so let me go back and read your message also. Just had quality time with them too. He never comes to just hang out and say hi either, ever. He never just sits in front of the camera, ever. Clever. Well, thank you, baby. Goodbye, love you. All right, so. The whiskers, I know, he's so cute. All right, so let me sit up, and before, you have seen it in the previous reading, or readings, maybe multiple, probably multiple, but I'll sit and call through energy space, and then we will go into it. So, James, if there are any feelings that are coming up about these questions that you have and about showing up for people, if there's any feelings about revealings, if there's any feelings about people in your life, the people in your life, if there's any memories that you want to bring in, any dreams, if there's any heartfelt messages, if there's any remembrances, I ask that you bring them here, and may there be clarity, and may there be clear in love, truth, elevation, and free, and the highest order that there is, has been, can, and ever will be. There's a boat that I see. I see you in, it's like a mountain lake stream. It's like a lake that turns into a stream, because you know how sometimes there's lakes up on the top of the mountains, they turn into streams eventually, but you're in the lake part. It's a lake on a mountain, in a mountain, not in the inside, but like in the mountain. And you're in a boat. It's a rowboat. You're in a rowboat, and it's this beautiful sun. You're not there to get anything done. You're just there to enjoy yourself. You're there enjoying yourself. You're in this rowboat. You're on this mountain. There's these really, it's just so gorgeous. It's gorgeous. It's beautiful. It's gorgeous. You're sitting in so much love in yourself too. Like, it's this really beautiful moment. And then all of a sudden you get like sucked back down into reality. Is it reality? No. It's like this dark, I can't even really, it's a shape-shifting form. It's a shapeshifter. Oh, I understand. So thank you, Spirit. If you're really sitting in this lovely, lovely work of this heart and this energy, and this, you have a really incredible energy about you. Your head is very strong. I could feel the way that your spirit is. Like, you are a strong spirit. You're a light spirit. There's so much light in you. Not just in you, of you. There's so much light around you. There's so much light for you. You create light. You create light. But if you create light, that means you need to learn to fight in the night. Because if you do not learn how to fight in the night, then there are going to be fights in the night that come through for your light. This is how you better show up for people, is you learn how to protect yourself in that dark place. Because it's going to change how you show up in every single relationship. It's going to change how you show up with you. Because that shapeshifter form, because it's like moving through those really light, like this, it's very strong. Your light energy is very, very strong. And there's a strength there. But if you think about it like a tree, the tree is not able to have these strong, strong connections with the sky and the light and the rain up here if it's not able to be deeply, deeply, deeply rooted. And the shadows are not always very pretty. They're usually very ugly. The shadows are not very pretty most of the time. They're usually very ugly, and they're dirty, and they're pressurized too. Like literally, that is what makes water go up the roots of a tree, is the pressure. We literally have water that's going in the opposite direction because of all the pressure from the soil. There's shapeshifter energies that are near you that are asking you to revere the shapeshifters, to revere yourself. Because that's true. Shapeshifters. The shapeshifters are gifters. You ever met somebody you don't trust? You ever say that you're at a bar. Let's talk about this for a moment. You ever met somebody you don't trust? You meet them in like a public setting. You walk up to them. You don't walk up to them. They're interacting with you. And you don't trust them. They're changing their shape. They're a different person every sentence. Who are you? They're a shapeshifter. Who are you? That's the question of like the mistrust. Who are you? You're a shapeshifter? You're a shapeshifter. But what happens if that shapeshifter... What happens if that shapeshifter is the right time at the right place? But you're afraid because they're shifting their shape. Because they're different in every single moment, because they're coming through with different accents or different looks, or they're morphing their words, or there's things unheard. Like, shapeshifter energy is to be revered. It's not to be feared. Because every single one of us, we have a shapeshifter. Every single one of us, we have a shapeshifter in us. So it's time to familiarize yourself more deeply with your shapeshifter energy. Because there's this really strong length in the sky. So let's talk more about that shapeshifter energy. It's different for every person, and it's different for every practice. It depends also too if you have relationships with different spirits in your practice, but it feels like this is more centered around you and not so much the wisdoms from other spirits coming through. So learn when you're around shapeshifters, learn from them, because what if that shapeshifter, I didn't finish what I was saying earlier about that, what if that shapeshifter, they're the right time at the right place? Like, what if you're sitting in conversation with them? Like, I know sometimes I'm uncomfortable when I'm around people like that, because it's a little bit like, are you gonna do something that I'm gonna have to protect myself from? That's what I think when I have shapeshifters around me. Granted, also, I'm pretty comfortable now. Maybe in my discernment, this is not about me, but in the shapeshifter energy, did not used to be really afraid. I used to just completely dismiss people who were shapeshifters and shapeshifting spirits, and eventually it kicked my behind. So be kind to yourself as you're learning about shapeshifters, because it is a protective practice. Being able to, it is. Being able to shapeshift, being able to joke about stuff, the tricksters, it's not so much about, for you, it's more shapeshifters, but tricksters are true. It's trick, so tricksters too. Being able to do that, you're the one who can make other people uncomfortable if you really need to. Then you're the one who can change the way that there's an interaction. Then you're learning how to shapeshift and create through the shadow. There is a different art form for the shadow. It's not always necessarily the opposite from the light. It's not always necessarily the opposite. Thank you for that. That's not always necessarily from the opposite. Now, because we normally think about like theoretically, love you too, thank you. Theoretically, the light is opposite the dark. Philosophically, theoretically, for sure. But what if there's a leaf on that tree in the light? And in the root, it's a worm. There's a worm that just hangs out by the root. That's not a direct correlation. It's not always going to be directly opposite. And so maybe in its shape-shifting form, that worm could become a leaf. Sure. Direct opposites are not true for you when you're learning these shapeshifter forms, unless you realize that they are. But when you're learning these shapeshifting forms, the shapeshifter forms, be a gifter. There's many kinds of shapeshifters. There are many kinds. There are so many kinds of shapeshifters, and there are many kinds that are kind to people who are blind to the shapeshifters. And there are shapeshifters who are not kind. And the reason that you're needing to learn one of them, that you're needing to learn about the shape-shifting forms and energies, is because there's a blindness in your shapeshifter energy and in the shapeshifter trickster spaces. And if you're going to continue working in that blindness, then there's eventually going to be a trickster that you meet who is going to take advantage of that blindness, and because of how much work you're doing in the light. There's power there for you that you sit in and you're growing into and growing through. That's true. But that shapeshifter energy, there are some shapeshifters who will gamble your life. I'm being so for real. And it's so serious. Your life. Understanding your navigating tools and your navigation internally as who you are as a shapeshifter and in the external. Directly correlated internally and externally in the shadow is more directly correlated than sitting in the shadow and the light correlations in your practice of shapeshifter studies. There are tricksters who are nearing you. They're not here yet, but they're nearing you, and they're not fearing you. They're not afraid of you. And if you're able to study this, there's not even going to be like mess ups or mishaps or anything. It'll be great and dandy because you'll just be able to be, oh, no, I'm handy. I got it figured out. It's not a problem. I know who you are. I can see you very clearly. You're a shapeshifter, and this is how you move. And I can see your game. I can even though it's in the shadow, I can very clearly see this. I'm not engaging. I'm removing myself. I'm protecting myself. However, you need to do that because it's different for every person. It's different for every person. Every single one of us. And if you're not going to study that, you're going to get blasted because of how strong you are in your light form and in your practice up here. So don't sit in fear when the shadows are near, because the shadows that are near you right now are revering you. They are reaching you. They're there for you to learn very easy. Well, it's not always easy. Sometimes sometimes shadow lessons are difficult. And there are some things when it comes to like trauma shadow work, but there's also like looking at how trauma shadow work allows you to shapeshift or has caused you to shapeshift, also important, because then you can point it out in other people. Oh, they shapeshift like this because of this experience that they've had as a child or a kid or something that they've gone through. People do that. Shapeshift. But this is not just shapeshifters in the physical. This is also shapeshifters in where the physical meets the spirit. And you need to revere it, because if you need to revere it, because there's no way to clear it. This is like an unavoidable thing. Your lesson for protecting, thank you, Spirit. Your lesson for protecting your personhood, your people, your loved ones, is for you to be able to create more strength in the darkness. I send my love to you. Because they're around, and they're about to ground. And if you're not grounded there, they're gonna move without any care. They don't care. They don't care. They don't care. They care about what they want. They care about themselves. They care about their purpose. They don't care about you, though. They don't care about you. They don't care about what you've been through. They don't want to hear this. They don't care. They don't care what you've been through. They don't care. They don't care. They don't care about your family and your growth and like growing up. They don't care about your story. They don't care about how much work you've done up here. They don't care. They do not care. And there are some of those spirits who would gamble your entire being. It's like, this is... And you're strong enough to figure it out. You're strong enough to figure it out. You're strong enough to do all that. Of course you're strong enough to figure this out. Of course you are. You're strong enough to figure this out. You're here right now to figure this out. You're here right now to figure this out. If you're going to figure it out, you're going to need to do it now. You're going to need to do it soon. You're going to need to do it now. You're going to need to do it soon, because you don't wait till tomorrow afternoon. Like, if you have time right now after this, remove yourself from here and go look in the mirror. You look in the mirror, your own shadow and how you shapeshift. Oh my goodness, it'll elevate your gift. Thank you, Spirit. That's true. Let it be clear. Right now here. Start right now here. And then allow the fear to clear, because you need to be able to clear that fear. You need to be able to go through and clear out the shadows, because if you are not able to do that, they're going to come for you. Doesn't matter what you've been through. They're going to come for you. Everybody in my experience that I have seen go through experiences in the spirit, ask for more wisdom, ask for more knowledge, ask for more. Every person I have seen in the spirit who asks for more, usually power in some form, they're met with the opportunity to learn how to balance it before they're checked into balance. So readjust. You just readjust. Readjust. And as you readjust, it's a must. You're either going to learn now or you're going to go through something really terrible, and you're going to have to learn after that. If there is an after that. Like, this is serious. You're working with kinds of magic that other people are not able to practice. I'm not exactly sure what that is. I don't need to know, though. I'm very sure that you're going to mature. Let it be clever. Let it be clever. Let it be clever. And every cord do not sever, because sometimes when we're in the darkness, it's easy to just cut it off, cut it off, cut it off, cut it off, cut it off. But not every single bind needs to be unbound. We have to be bound to something. We are alive in a body, and we are bound to that. We are alive in our power, and we are bound to that. We're alive in our life, and we're bound to that. So don't just cut off every single thing because that's how you're going to clear. Go sit in the mirror. Go sit in the mirror. Go look at yourself in the mirror. Go sit in the mirror. Go practice your mirror magic. Go reflect. And don't be so direct, because you're going to see things start to reflect, and then you're going to figure out how to correct. It's a beautiful practice. There will be other practices of shapeshifter, shadow that come through for you. Protect yourself where reflections are true. There's a big study in that for you, especially if there's people around you. If there's people who are trying to unground you, your practice of studying yourself in the mirror is going to make it very clear who those people are. And you may not be able to explain why, how, when, where their motives are. But if you are able to revere it in the spirit and it's clear, even if you are not able to articulate it, there it is. There's your answer. Cut the cord, put up a ward, be done. They're not here for fun. They're here for power. And you're the one. So you got to get it done. Because if you don't get it done, then you're not the one. But the thing about gifts, and thank you, Spirit, for this message. The thing about these kinds of gifts is that even if those spirits come after you and your life and your gifts, they're not able to inherit them. They're not able to take them from you. They're able to take away your ability to use them, but they can't take it from you. Do you have any questions? That was a really serious reading to end the night with. Do you have any questions, James? Do you have anything that you need clarity on? I really want to make sure that you feel pretty good about where you're going before I call this done. You're not in a time for fun right now. You're in a time to get it done. You need to get it done. There it needs to be. Very clearly. You are welcome. You are welcome. Your trauma is ancestral trauma. Your trauma is You're an ancestor. Your trauma is ancestral trauma. So if you're clearing your trauma, you're clearing the ancestors' trauma. If you're clearing out the trauma that you've been through, there's probably an ancestral bind or wind where that started. You're clearing it out there too. It will probably rearrange your your order. It will probably rearrange your order of how you have border with blood relations, ancestral relations. But there needs to be order there. There needs to be order there. So move with care. There needs to be order there. if you're thinking of removing your hair, you're also going to bring in more air. However that sits in your practice. If you're gonna be removing your hair, you're gonna be bringing in more air. There's change with air. Create with care. Your ancestral trauma is your trauma, and your trauma is ancestral. That's true. Create clearings in your... No, that's it. It's through. I feel it. Yeah. I feel it. Do you feel good, James? Do you feel good about that? You got any more clarifying questions? And the 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you. Night to you too. Good night to you too. Good night to you too. You're welcome, K Dizzle. Thank you. I do. Also, I hang with trees pretty often. The roots in the air. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Well, then I call it through, and may everything you need to receive from this be received in love, truth, elevation, and free in the highest order that there is, has been, can, and ever will be. And thank you for supporting me. Thank you for your support. Thank you for booking with me. And you are welcome. And you are welcome. What a serious place to be in. Go get your mirror stuff on. Go do it. Go do it. Spirit's got people moving through some serious. Spirit has people moving through some serious right now. Some really serious right now. There were so many readings that came through that were so good night to you too. Good night to you too. That were so serious. It was so serious. But you know what? It is what it needs to be. And it is how it needs to be. It wouldn't be that way if it wasn't. It wouldn't be that way if it wasn't meant to be. Not even if it wasn't meant to be. It just wouldn't be that way if it wasn't, you know? So good. So good. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. Missed your class on the 29th. So I actually only had one person sign up for that course. So I ended up refunding them and canceling it because I was like, it doesn't make sense for me to sit in like a really like a longer live stream setting and only have one person there. So right now I'm rethinking kind of like how to... There's answers for me in the future as I continue about like my creation process. And I know that because I just took about a month or a month and a half off to start regrounding myself after talking about all the serious stuff tonight. I couldn't bring you that wisdom if I hadn't been through serious things. So I'm regrounding after many years of being in that very, very serious work. And so I am really sitting with my understanding of like, where it is I want to be now that I have had this kind of like, I can feel I need to get going again. Like I can feel the energy. I need to be moving and creating and working more now that I've had time to rest. Like it's not time for me. Yes, rest. And I'm not going to be stressed about that. But also like, it's time for me to move. It's time for me to get up and get some things done. I know that about myself and where I'm at here. So, it's time. And I'm just learning about what is going to be kind of I need structure and order, clarity for myself. I suppose that's true. I do need structure and order, clarity for myself because I know where I am right now and what exactly it is that I like need to be doing. in the sense of like what my base and my fundamentals are, but I don't know that anything is going to change in the near future from those base and fundamentals, because I know my focus right now for content, just for people's like clarity of where to find me and receive my teachings and wisdoms and, you know, the good stuff. That's what we're here for. I'm going to be doing live streams more often, so I will be here with you more often. So wonderful. And then I'm also going to be making more YouTube videos. That's one thing that my spirit has been like, we gotta go, what are you doing? Let's get going. So that's something that's been on my heart. And then definitely sitting with more TikTok videos. That's like, you know, generally the norm. That's going to stay with what's up. And then once things kind of like, there's some really, I'm not ready to talk about publicly like the really large transitions or like directions I'm going in. I don't really talk about the, you know, my aims much, my goals, but I have some pretty big like directions that I'm growing towards. And so once I'm able to, you know, do what I need to do, there's going to be more transition. I'm going to be probably more focused on my writing, and which is exciting, but it is, you know, it is, but yeah, so that's what to expect from me for now. I am going to be putting together more of those courses. Like I have the protection course that I'm still working on. I started it a while ago, but I'm still working on that. So I'm putting more of those together with astrology, of just kind of like how to use your placements for very specific kinds of magic. I think that's important to learn to do, because every placement can do so many different things. And so many different, like, it has so many different capabilities. So I'm going to be focusing more on that also. I don't know what's coming after protection magic. I still have many different videos to make for that, but it'll probably be in the next several weeks to a month that protection course is done, and then I'll be able to move on to another one. So for now, that's where that course is. I've been making other videos too. Like I've been feeling called to make more videos about more like just the random spiritual lessons that I have that aren't necessarily like astrology specific. So I just posted a video recently about spiritual initiations, and that one felt pretty good. That was kind of the first one of that YouTube series of just kind of like posting and talking about spiritual practices or different spiritual wisdoms that I've been through. So thank you for that. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to, and I'm excited for more of that. And I don't really know what those are going to be until they pop up on my heart, until they come up for me, until I'm ready to, you know, make it. I don't really know. So that's something that I'm more focused on too. So, and the live stream replays are up. Like you've seen how many like great chunks of wisdom have come through. So if you're ever just like feeling like you want to go watch a random one of those are up on YouTube also, which speaking of, I need to get that done tonight, and get the previous one from my live stream a couple days ago up. But yeah, so I'm in full content creator mode right now after several years of death and destruction and rebirth. We're here. Made it. Congratulations for me, I suppose. I say that to everybody else, so feels good. feels good. Oh my gosh, there's over 100 people on the team. Shout out. Thanks so much. That's so good. Whoa. That's exciting news. You know what? How wonderful. Thank you, everybody who is on the team. I'm grateful for that. Thank you. So good. I also redid the, if you wanted to join, what's it called? The subscribers. I just redid that on here too. So there's I think it's $2.99 is the one that is like the lowest one. And then there's $5.99. And then the other one is like drastically more than that. It's like $50 a month. So that option's there for anyone who has extra dollars to offer, but I don't expect that from everybody. So there is a $2.99 and a $5.99 one. Oh, and I also just put back up, this is pretty exciting, I just put back up my NFT collection. I probably won't be working on those for a while, but they're there, like to bring additions to that, but they're there. So if you are interested in becoming an investor and supporting me financially in my work that I do in the spirit, I'm very grateful for that. And there's 2 that have been sold from the collection so far. The first one was 1 ETH, and that was back when ETH hit its like peak in, when was it? 2021. It was like November of 2021. We've had some different fluctuations there. I don't talk too much about cryptocurrency on my pages and channels, but it is something that I'm interested in. So yeah, I definitely sit with the astrology spirit aspects of, it is. But yeah, so if there's anyone who's interested in that, they're up and they're available. So yeah. Yeah, this one I painted very recently. It was my first painting after every painting that is in that NFT collection, other than 4 of them that are with collectors, every single one of them I burned. Oh, thank you. Every single one of them I burned in a fire one night. I just was over it. I was like, this is not who I am anymore, and I'm done with it. So they don't exist. They're ashes. They're ashes in the woods, probably nourishing, maybe, I don't know, the ground and the earth. So yep. So the only place that you can invest in them is on the internet. It's really weird. We live in such a strange time. It's a very weird time, but yeah, so I do personal readings, yes. I need to get off and go focus on other things, though. The list has been closed. I did the final reading earlier. I just wanted to kind of sit and hang out and talk to people and, kind of wind down the live stream. So it is. Yeah, it is. I'll probably be back on tomorrow, more than likely. So yeah, you too. Thank you. Yeah, I'll probably be back on tomorrow. James, what are you still doing here? What are you still doing here? Go to the go to the mirror. Not in fear. I was just surprised that popped up. Good night to you too. Oh no need to apologize, but yeah, I am gonna go, so I'll see you guys sometime soon with the okay LOL. Yeah, I'll see you guys soon, and I'm excited for soon when I do see you. Yeah, and have a good night. Thanks for everything. You're so welcome. Thank you too. Thank you for the support. Me and my sleepiness are gonna go and rest now, so